Welcome to an exciting journey into the world of full-stack development with Next.js, TypeScript, and AWS. This course was expertly designed by Brian Huff, who is a seasoned software engineer and passionate teacher. He takes you from building a front end with Next.js and TypeScript to creating a robust back end with AWS Amplify and finally deploying your app on AWS. We'll be using ZenQuotes API for fetching quotes and diving deep into state management, hooks, debugging, NoSQL database modeling, and much more. You will master the art of building and deploying full-stack applications on AWS.
How's it going, everyone? Hello, friends. Hello, world. And hello, freeCodeCamp. My name is Brian Huff, and I'm really excited to be creating this video showing you how you can build with Next.js, TypeScript, and AWS to generate images completely serverlessly in the cloud. And I created this project as a weekend, really just see if I could build it because, I've used Canva, I've used Photoshop, I've used a lot of different, applications to make images. And I was thinking, could I make these images using technology and programming? And it turns out that you can. So I'm really excited to show this application to you and show you exactly how I built it. And we're going to be doing quite a lot. We're going to be configuring a Next.js with TypeScript project. We're then going to be configuring our own AppSync GraphQL API in AWS. We're then going to be using a Lambda function to be configuring some server code that's serverlessly deployed to the cloud. And then we're also going to be updating a database with DynamoDB. And then we're also going to be showing how to connect the front end to the back end and then deploy our application live using Amplify hosting to then access our application from any device online. So if you're excited to see this build, then you are in the right spot. And to give a little bit of context about who I am, I have been building on the cloud for the past few years. During the pandemic was when I actually got really exposed to AWS and what it can do because I was building open source technology related to cloud and cloud computing. And this was for symptom tracking. And that was really what gave me my start in cloud. And then that really mushroomed into a lot of different opportunities that I saw because instead of you needing to create your own infrastructure, you could just use serverless technologies and then scale a lot of the business use cases that you might want. So that was really where I started building on the cloud. And then I started creating content around that on YouTube and on Instagram. And then that turned into what I created as a YouTube channel and as a brand and as a dev shop called the Tech Stack Playbook. So this has really been an exploration for me of how can I build technology, how can I solve problems, and how can I build cool things. And that's what I see as programming today. And as an AWS community builder on the data team, I become really passionate about building these types of serverless infrastructures and data models and ways to construct technology because it is very empowering when you can learn how to build what you think about. So take an idea and then turn that, into life, bring that to users, bring that to a company, bring that to an organization. That's where I see programming becoming really powerful. So I hope that this tutorial is really helpful and empowering for you to see how you can turn your ideas into code and then into a real application that you can use on any device. So what we're creating is an inspirational quote generator. And the way this is going to work is that when we press a button, it's going to be calling a function in the cloud. It's going to generate this image for us, and then we're going to get a string of this image. So it's not an actual file. It's just the string that creates a file. And then we'd be able to use that in our application. So we could either save that image, copy that image, open it in a new tab, or we could also download it to our computer. And I do think that's something that is really cool about this type of project is that we're actually going to be able to show how this can generate images in a desktop application, which you see, but also if we wanted to get this on a mobile application, this is what it'll look like. So when we press it here and we press make a quote, it's going to spin. And then now we have this image. So now if we click on that, the image is actually showing up on our phone. And if we want to press this again, we can make a new quote, and then we get another image there. So I think this is a really great project for anyone that wants to learn how to create progressive web applications and also show how to have one backend that can service many different types of front ends, whether you have a mobile application or you have a desktop application. So the way that this is going to work at a very baseline level is that when we have this quote, so we made a call from the user. So the user is going to generate a request that's going to ping AppSync, which is our API using GraphQL. That's then going to connect to an AWS Lambda function, and then that's going to generate a base64 encoded string. So then this is actually a series of digits, a series of code that actually is an image. And we actually are able to download this. We're able to copy it. We're able to use it, but it's not actually saved as a file until it reaches the application. So that's where we're able to take all of this in the cloud and then make it run, get a response, and then download this image right from our application in our browser. I'm really excited to show you this project, and especially learning how to build this type of serverless infrastructure where you don't have to provision the server yourself, and there's a lot of these managed services to help you build with scaling. So as users are using your application, as these functions are getting called, this will actually scale with your use case, and you only pay for what you use. So you never have to worry about provisioning a server and putting up, money, upfront. This will be pay as you go, and there's also really generous free tiers so that you never have to worry about lots of expensive upfront costs. It's very accessible and scalable to build your use case and build a fun app, which is what we're going to do today. So if you're excited about that, let's get ready to build. All right, so first things first, we are going to set up a code repository for our project. So if you don't already have an account, you can go to github.com and set up a free account. It's super easy to set up your account. And then what you'll be able to do is start allowing access to your projects with Git so that you'll be able to have version control. Or source control for your project. And what this is going to allow us to do is think about it like Google Docs, but for your code. So you'll be able to go back in between different branches. Maybe you wanted to review code that you wrote previously. Maybe you need to revert a change that you pushed into production. Well, thanks to Git and GitHub, you'll be able to then go back to that previous commit and then make that the default branch or the default code for your project. So you can get to create a new repository a couple of different ways. In the dropdown in your profile in the top right, you can go to repositories, and then there'll be a green button where you can then press, create new repository, or you can press this handy plus button up here and then create a new repository. So we are going to name our repository Inspirational Quote Generator, like so. And then we'll give it a nice description. So we'll say, this is our inspirational quote generator project to learn how we can run scripts in AWS with Next.js. Okay, great. So then we can choose between public or private. I'm going to choose private. And then once we create our repository, we'll then see that we have now a way to access this code repository with Git. So now that we've done this, the next step is to set up our project with GitHub Desktop. So GitHub Desktop is a client that you can download also from Microsoft, the same company that owns GitHub, and you'll be able to have this GUI or this graphical user interface that will let us manage our project with this web client on our computer. To do that super easily, we're going to press this button that says Set up in Desktop. We'll then open GitHub Desktop here. This is going to prompt this window to open up there. Actually, I'll do this one more time. So we'll do that there, and then we'll be able to choose where we want our project to be located. So I'm going to go to my TechSec playbook folder. I will drop it in there. And then as soon as I press clone, it's then going to establish a link between this folder on my computer and then the code repository in GitHub. So now if we wanted to open in Visual Studio Code, we'll then be able to, and you'll just say, yes, I trust the authors because I trust myself. And then we'll be able to now get our project, this folder, all set up in GitHub Desktop in one click, which is awesome. So now what we want to do is we want to start building our Next.js project to start coding. All right, so as you can see on my screen, I have the Next.js docs up. This is the documents that are the documentation that's maintained by the company Vercel, and they maintain the Next.js project. So what we are going to be doing is we are going to scroll down in the docs to where it says create next app, and this is the one line of code that we need to install our framework for working with Next.js and adding TypeScript as well. So something that we can do is just right click and copy, and then in the left part of our screen in Visual Studio Code, I'm going to Control B just to get rid of that sidebar, and then I'm going to Control and then tilde, and then that's how we're going to open up our terminal. So you can just do Control C just to clear that out, or I can just expand this, make it a little bit easier to see. So I'm going to open this up a little bit. So when we open up a terminal window, this is the same as opening up a terminal window on your screen, or if you're on a Mac, or this might be PowerShell if you're not on a Mac, but I'm on a Mac, so this is what I would be using. But you can run basically a PowerShell or a terminal window inside of Visual Studio Code, which is a great feature of the IDE. So as soon as we write this in, we're going to press enter, and it's going to walk us through a series of commands to help us bootstrap our project. So do we want to install? Yes. And then what's our product name? We're going to say inspo quote generator. But it doesn't really matter because we're going to get rid of this folder anyway, but we'll just give it something now. Would you like to use ESLint? We're going to say yes. Would you like to use the source directory? We're just going to do default no. And would you like to use experimental app directory? We'll say no. And import alias, we'll just do enter. And now it's going to start generating all of the different dependencies and integrations for our project. And I think this is kind of like the fun part of coding, just seeing all the scripts compile. So that's great. We installed it correctly. And now if you open up Command B, you see all of these modules that are right here. So something that I'm actually going to do is take this, and I'm going to hold down Shift and then click this so I get all of these, and I'm going to move these back a folder. So what we want to basically do is in GitHub Desktop, you'll see in here all of these folders, all of these dependencies, all of these elements that we're going to push to Git. I want them to all be tracked at the same root level, as opposed to having going into a subfolder to then access the repository. So this is just how I structure my projects, and we can then delete this subfolder because we don't need it anymore. And there we have it. So now we have our project bootstrapped with the Next.js template. For perspective, I'm using the latest Next 13 build with React 18, and this is TypeScript 4.9. So these are all of the dependencies that the Next.js create next app project will build for us. The next thing that we're going to do is we are going to allow a way for our Next.js with TypeScript project to use styled components as our styled framework. So personally, I use styled components for all of my projects because if you understand CSS, this allows us to create basically functional components for all of our styles so that we can replicate our templated components throughout our entire project. It makes it super easy to read, a lot of visibility across the code base, and it makes it really easy for anyone to just go in and edit styles, replicate or duplicate files for components. It just makes it really, really easy. And it's very, very, very accessible to get started. So something that we're going to do is we're going to add in a .babel RC file. And this is what we're going to allow for our custom Babel file. So we're going to have a preset of next/Babel. And then in terms of plugins, we're going to have the styled components plugin with SSR is true and display name is true. Something else that we're going to do, we're going to edit our next config file. So I'm going to copy and paste these elements, and then I will walk through how we'll do it. So we're basically going to overwrite this whole file with this file. So I'll walk through each part of it. And also, if you ever see me wrapping the text, I'm doing Alt-Z on a Mac. This is the command to wrap the text to the window. So what we're doing is we're creating our next config, and then we have React strict mode is false. Under the compiler, we're going to be including styled components, and then there's going to be various different files that we need to install. So display name needs to be true, SSR needs to be true, file name needs to be true, top level import paths, we just leave that as an empty array, and then meaningless file names just put in as index, CSS prop is true, namespace is an empty string, minify is false, transpile template literals is false, and then pure is false. And then what we do is we set module.exports equal to that next config that we have up here. So this is that next config file that we need to be able to allow our build environment to understand what styled components is trying to do. So we're going to save this. And in case you're new to styled components, I just want to give a little bit of an overview on what we're doing, just because when we're installing this design framework into the code base, it might be helpful to just have a little bit of an intro into that before you start installing, maybe things that you haven't used before, you don't know what they do. So if you go to styled-components.com, this is a lot of very helpful documentation about how this styled framework works. But basically what I really like about it is what you'll see right here. So let's say that we wanted to define a button, and this is going to be a button with a link around it. So now what we'll be able to do is very easily create this component that has a styled A tag, which we'll use as a link, and then we could define the border radius, which is 3 pixels, the padding, which is 0.5 rem, we have a margin, we have width, we have background color border, we have all of these things. But where it gets even cooler is we can also pass properties into this button, similar to a functional component in React. So this is really great because if you ever have dynamic styles and let's say that something triggers something else, or you have a loading state, but as soon as the loading state is complete, then you want to turn the button green, for example, because the data is ready. Or let's say that there's an error and you want to turn the button red. Well, you'd be able to actually pass properties down through this component, through the styled components framework, to then edit those properties. So this is an example where the property is primary. So you would add this as passing data as props through the component on the client side, and then you would be able to then edit the background and the color based upon the property and what it is doing. And you'll see also here that there's a ton of companies that are using styled components, Target, Vimeo, Vogue, Lego, a ton, Autodesk, so many different types of companies, BBC, Gizmodo, Ticketmaster, Priceline, right? All these companies, Change.org, Bloomberg, the list goes on, Coinbase, the list goes on. So many different companies are using styled components because it makes it so easy to edit your styles. And also think about it like this. You'd be able to then copy and import this button component throughout your entire code base. So anytime that this button exists, you don't have to rewrite a bunch of inline styles, or you don't have to keep rewriting CSS modules every time that you need to render a button. You could literally just import this specific button from your file, which we'll get to in a little bit, and you'll be able to use this button throughout your code base, which saves you so much time, and it's really efficient because it's the same code. You don't have to rewrite code and be extra verbose. It's the same code, the same component. You define it once and then use it as many times as you want. And these are just some other examples if you ever want to check it out. But what we're going to be doing is we're going to install with styled components, and then we'll also be installing the Babel styled components plugin in the dev dependencies, so that we'll be able to then, which talks about right here, just so that it can give some more benefits like legible class names, server-side render compatibility, also smaller bundles, and more optimizations, which is really great. So we're going to do that right now. So we're going to open up our code base here. We're then going to close out that side header, and then we're going to paste that in here. So now that we have npm install save styled components, we're going to install that there. Next, what we're going to do is, it told us that we also have styled components available. So you'll see in a little bit why this is a really helpful plugin for our dev dependencies when we're building with styled components. So I'm just going to copy that here. So it's npm install -- save dev Babel plugin styled components. We install that there. And now if we see our code base, it should look like this. So dev dependencies has Babel plugin styled components there, and then styled components exists in our dependencies there. So whenever you're changing the server or different elements of the next config.js or any of these other elements, sometimes we'll see this red right there and it'll say module can't be found or something like this. So one trick that you can do to get rid of that red is to do Command-Shift-P. And then when you do Command-Shift-P, it'll open up this menu where if you press or type reload window here, that will help to get rid of the red error that you might see. So this is just a way to refresh your code base. And you can actually sometimes run this while you also have a build running. So it'll just refresh the VS Code window, and sometimes it'll clear out maybe some leftover. It thinks that it needed this package, but it didn't see it. So then it'll just resync up your code base in VS Code to make sure that everything is consistent. So just a fun little hack to fix that in case you ever see that red error there or elsewhere related to TypeScript or Next.js. So once we've edited our next config.js file, we are now going to go into our index file. So under pages, under index, we're going to then remove a few things that we aren't using anymore. So we're not using this next font module, and there's some instances here where we reference that, but we're just actually going to start just removing these things. So I'm going to take everything from main div all the way down this, and we're going to give that a save. And that is the imported elements that come in with the template. So we're just getting rid of the template, and then we're going to change the header to be inspiration quote generator. Cool. So once we've changed this header module, this is a module that's specific to Next.js, and it allows us to create dynamic headers for all of our pages or site-wide throughout the application. So this is a great upgrade if you're familiar with Create React App. This is actually a really slick, easy way to do this with Next.js and TypeScript. So we change this, and then this will be the home page header. And let's just give that a quick save. And now we're going to run this, and we're going to see if this worked out. So when we run our project in package.json, you'll see here under the scripts, there's dev, and then that does next dev to start the project, or start, which is next start. But we're going to do npm run dev, and that is what's going to get our project started up. So see that it was compiling, client and server are successfully rendered super quickly. And now let's see what that looks like on our browser. When you run npm run dev, that's going to run our application on localhost 3000. So this is the URL for how you would get this in your browser. And if you're running this application so far, you should just see a black screen. But in the header, if you hover over this, it should say inspirational quote generator, which is our title for the header. And then if you were to actually share this link with somebody else running on our URL, which we'll do in a little bit, that's where you'll see this preview description, where it'll give you a preview of that. You could also have an OG image if you wanted to add an image as that header metadata tag, but we're not going to do that right now. We're just going to focus on this. So just to give a little bit of a sanity check, let's make sure that this is actually working correctly. So I'm going to just write a div with hello world inside of this main. We'll save that, and then we'll see that that is printing, and it's actually updating once we press, Command S to save it. This is going to update in real time. So let's say that we wanted to say, we'll do an H3 tag, and we'll say, great job running Next.js. We'll give that a save. And then now that's actually running and putting it below. So now we see that this is actually printing out our code, which is awesome. So what we're actually going to do now is we are going to get rid of this, and we're going to start actually building out the template for our project with our real code, not the template that is created with Create Next App. So we'll give that a save, and we'll go to the next step. So let's do some general housekeeping to set up our project. Obviously, there's a lot of styles that the template will come with, but we're going to be creating our custom code, so we want to create our own styles. So if you navigate to the styles subfolder in your project, we're going to go to globals.css, and we're basically going to remove all of this. So this is just the starter templates. We're going to do a bunch of other stuff. So we're going to install some fonts, and then we're going to install, or basically write some global styles. So whenever you do a wildcard and then you do these brackets, this is going to be how you apply basically a general style to all of the pages that ever render. So this global styles is basically apply this style or allow this type of style to work for any of the projects that, or any of the pages that get rendered in our project. So we'll do box sizing, border box, we'll do padding 0, and then we'll do margin 0. We also are going to import some fonts. So I'm going to copy and paste these in for you to copy. So where I'm getting these from is Google Fonts. These are free fonts that you are able to access and then use in your code. So I will show you where to actually search for these so that in your next projects, you're able to get up and running from that. So I'm just going to do a quick pan just to show you this last little bit from that font, and then I'll show you how we get that. So when we want to add a font, you can go to font.google.com, and then let's say that I see Roboto because I really like this font. So you can click on it, and then it's going to give you all this information about the styles, the different font family elements, and all of the different ways that you could be using this. So let's say that I really liked this font family, for example. So what you can do is that you can obviously download, or what you could do is you can just go to select, you can go to this, and then these are actually the other fonts that I had in there. But what you'll have is here under Roboto, you'll see that there's a link and there's also an import. So the import is really important because when you are working with a framework like CSS, we don't really need to import all this. This is more for like if you're importing this into HTML. We really just care about this import statement here. So this thing. So you'd copy this, and then that's where you would then literally copy and then paste it into there, right? And that's where you'd be able to copy that, for example. So same thing here, right? If you wanted to do that with Roboto. So it seems like when you drop down, that's for this. So then this would be for Roboto. Yep. And then that's how we would add a font into our CSS. So we're going to give this a quick save, and then these styles will then apply to our overall project. So then when we go back to this, we'll see now that the background is white, it's not black anymore, and some of these styles seem to have been applied, which you will see in a little bit. Back in VS Code, we can now remove our home module CSS. These were just the styles that were imported from the Create Next app, but we can just delete this, so we'll delete it. And now what we're going to do is we're going to do a little bit more organization of our project. So when I work with style components, I like to create a components folder. So I just right click, add folder, and then I title it called components. And then we're going to do a folder. So we're going to do Quote Generator. And there's going to be also another folder called animations, which we will get to a little bit later in this video. But right now in our Quote Generator, we're going to not add anything in there right now, but we will in a little bit. We're going to do mainly all of the styles in our index.tsx file, but we will also add some subcomponents to break up our code and make it more composable through our project. So now what we're going to do is we're actually going to get started building out our project. So what we want to do is we want to build out a background. So something that personally I like to do is have a file in our quote generator. We're going to call this quote generator elements.tsx. So when we are working with styled components, something that I personally like to do is on the right, have our element, and then on the left, we have the actual file that we're editing in. You'll see in a little bit why this makes a lot of sense in terms of building, but a lot of it is just an organizational thing of I'm editing this style and I'm adding it into this page here. So what we're going to do is we want to add a background to our project. We want to, give it, a cool, nice, dynamic background. So how exactly would we go and do that? So what we're going to do is we are going to add in a few things. So we want to do background for our project. So in here, right from the top, we are going to do import styled from styled components. We're then going to import link from next link because we're going to need this a little bit later. And then we're also going to import image from next image here. What we're going to do is we are going to use the styled component extension. And if you don't already have this, you can see the ones that I have. So I like VS Code. It's syntax highlighting and then also styled component snippets for VS Code. These are the ones that I use and they are super, super, super helpful. Because what we can do is if we want to just write basically a snippet for our styled component, we'll do exsc. We'll export a styled component and then we'll call it gradient background con. And then we need to call it styled something, so we do styled div. So you could do styled h1, you could do styled h2, you could also do styled link, as you'll see before, you'll see a little bit later. But what we're going to do here is, I'm just going to bump up that just a little bit just so that you can see a little bit more of the screen. And immediately as we start writing in styled components, we might start to see some type errors or TypeScript not recognizing what we're trying to do. So we see this error where it says can't find the declaration file for module styled components. Basically, this has an any type. So it gives a recommendation of let's run the install for dev dependencies with types for styled components. And this will allow TypeScript to recognize that we have styled components being used throughout our project. So what we'll do is we'll open up a new terminal window. And if you don't already have this open, you can do Control and then tilde, and that's how you can toggle the terminal at the bottom of the screen. We'll do, I did Control C and then Control V. We'll do npm I -- save dev types styled components. We will install this for our project. So that ran. And then this error should go away, which is great. So now it recognizes that this module, checks out with all of the types, and it recognizes that that's what we're doing, which is awesome. So now what we want to do is we want to add in some styles here. So I will go through these, and then we'll go through them together. So just to go through these background, we are giving this a linear gradient, and this is going from one color to the next color, and we have it going to the right. So this is a great way to, and I'll show you the process for how to do this, but this is a really great way to add that dynamic, styling for any div or any background or any block where you can, give it just this background color, but it's one color that blends into the next color. And this is like very modern, very, futuristic. It's what a lot of very really polished apps will have in that linear background. So I really like linear gradients. I like adding gradients to a lot of things that I do. So that's a great way to add the background. We'll then do background size of 400% with 400%. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to have this oscillating effect for the background, and you'll see how having this background size being really expanded, and then we'll be making it basically like moving back and forth and having it, move left to right, which you'll see through this animation that we're going to build out. So then we're going to do an animation, do gradient, we'll do 6 seconds, ease infinite. And this is going to basically mean that we haven't created this yet, but we're going to have a animation called gradient. It's going to be running every 6 seconds, and it's going to have this ease effect throughout, and it's going to be running infinitely. We'll then do a height of 100 view height, and then a width of 100 view width. And then what is so awesome about styled components, you don't have to, start writing, keyframes, because usually with CSS, you'd have to do like keyframes, gradient, and then you'd have this, in the background, and then you have to reference it. You literally can wrap all of these elements together, and you don't have to worry about having, a certain element being there. Also just with, doing hovers, let's say that you had this class here. So you'd have to declare it as this with a style, and then you'd have to do something like this with hover, and then do that. And I just think that styled components just makes it so much easier to just wrap all of your styles, all of your animations, all of your keyframe editor elements all in one packaged component, so that you can then import this throughout your entire project, which I think that's amazing. And it saves you so much time for having to do all this guesswork of, did I add this keyframe? Is this keyframe imported? Did I add this hover effect? Did I add this other effects with these styles? So it's just super easy. We'll add then a background position, which is going to be 0% to 50%. We're then going to do a 50%. And then we're going to do another one. And I think Amazon Code Whisperer already knows exactly what I'm going to do, because I already have this project committed. But we'll just carry out this other process. And then we're basically going from 0 to 50 to 100%. And we're going from background position, 0 to 100% back to 0%. And we're keeping 50% for both. So we're adjusting the the height and the width, and editing it that way. So this is great. So we'll give this a save. So this is going to be really cool in 1 second. But just to show you also the power of styled components, we have this styled component that we've already created. It's a div with all of these styles, which is great. But how do we actually get this back into our project? So something that we can do, which I think is so awesome. So we're going to declare this almost like we would declare a div. So we use that, that caret, and then we're going to just start typing the name of that styled component that we just typed. So gradient, background, and we already see that it's finding this element. So we can just press enter. And now check this out. So as we close this out, it's now imported this. So this is what it will actually look like. So it's importing from components, quote generator elements, and we'll add this. So this is what's awesome about styles components also, is that as you create, these unique named elements, we can then just start writing them as if they were a normal div, and then we'll be able to then, use the sort of IntelliSense of finding the different names of the components. We'll then be able to import that directly right into our code. It's super fast. And then when we save this, check this out. We now have this really, really, really cool dynamic background for our app, which, this is like adding that type of animation with the gradient, just gives it like such a nice, snappy, dynamic, fun, vibey element to the project. And this is where you'll be able to add this really nice linear gradient oscillating background to our project. So that's great. So now you've just seen how to import the styled component and then add that into one of the pages in our project. So we see that we have a gradient background component that we really like. So once we've added this feature, one of the best practices that you can get into is making sure that you commit this specifically to GitHub so that you have version source control. So what we're going to do is, in our GitHub desktop client, we see all the changes that were added. And specifically, if we open up this one under components, we see that gradient background container styled component that we have. So we really like this. So what we're going to do is we're going to keep this on the main branch, but we need to publish this branch first. So what I like to do is just simply add, and we'll say added gradient background container, SC for styled component. So that's good. So we'll commit this to main, and this is all of the different styles. So this was basically our entire front end application minus, node modules and certain elements that we don't want to push to GitHub, because that would be sending like thousands of files, and we don't want that in our GitHub repository, because that'll be built with our package.json if we run our application, with a server. But we don't want to put that into the actual assets that are deployed, because that's what package.json includes. So that's this file right there. So these are all of the build scripts and everything, or dependencies for our build script, but we don't need to include the node modules, dependencies, packages. So what we'll do is we'll commit this to main. We'll publish this. And then we'll wait a second, and then we'll check GitHub to see where they are. So what's awesome about GitHub is as soon as we push this code and we're able to push this to our branch, when we refresh, we'll see all of the code that was just added to our code repository. So when we go here to our components folder and then to that component that we just made, we see that the gradient background here is actually the same that we just added here. So this is a really cool way where you're able to add that source control or version control for your application. So if you ever need to, for example, go back to a previous commit, you can always go back here and then go back to that specific commit and then maybe go back to a previous version. So this is really great if you ever need to, check out a feature or a certain build or a certain way in which you built something. You always have that type of history. So this is just a good best practice to get into when you're building, especially if you're building a new system and maybe you write some code in, maybe there's an error, or maybe just you need to, undo something. You can always go back to a previous version and then just sync up, and go back to a certain branch. And then you could just change your code, and then GitHub Desktop will be able to switch out the right code for you. Now that we've worked with Git and GitHub and pushed our initial commit, let's now switch back to our code and let's start building out some of this front end. So what I wanted to do was add a background to this, which we did, which was that gradient. But now let's add some images to the background just to, add some cloud flair. So what we're going to do is we are going to take these two images that I have stored in assets. So I create a folder called assets in the root. So I'll just do right click and then I'll do add folder. I'll say assets. And then I'm going to drag and drop these that I have stored locally. You could actually use any images that you'd wish, but these were two that I thought were kind of fun. One was lightning, and then another one was cloud with sun. I thought that'd be kind of fitting because of cloud. So what we're going to do is we're going to create two different components. One is going to be for an image to be in the top left, and one is going to be to an image in the bottom right. So what we'll do is we're going to do background image1, and that's going to have a source, which we'll call clouds1, and that will have a height of 300, and then there's an alt cloudy background 1. We'll close it out, and to get rid of this error, we're going to actually need to create this styles component. So in our quote generator elements txt file, so that's this, we're going to keep our styled components in this, and then we'll import them here. So we'll do exsc, which is that export styled component snippet, and then we are calling that background image1. This is going to be a styled image. And we already imported image from the next image module from Vercel. And then we're going to do a number of different styles. So we're going to do position relative. We're going to do z index 1, margin left, minus 120 pixels. Margin top, minus 10 pixels. Cool. We'll give that a save. And now what we do is, because we already have it for auto import, so it'll find this. And then we just need to import cloud1. So we'll go to the top of our file. And sometimes I like to separate these different elements. So these will be our components. And then these will be our assets. We'll do import classes, and it's already finding this from here, which is awesome. So that also, if you ever want to check, if you hold down Command or Control, you can always see that. But we know that this is mapping to this image that's there locally. So if we ever need to go and find it, we can just go to that, check where it is, and then find where assets are. So we already saved that. We'll give this a save, and then we should see this image there. But if it's not finding it, that means that clouds1 is not there. So that's because we imported the wrong file. So it actually doesn't know what our cloud is, which our cloud1 object is. So one thing that we can do that'll actually make it a little bit easier is if you do ... we can then go to assets and click on that, go drop down, and it should give us a drop down of what's there. But sometimes if we sort of try to write it, it'll prompt to find what's there. So we want Cloud and Thunder, and then we should see it there. So this is really cool. But we see that it's not aligned in the way that we want. So what we can do is we can go to Elements in the browser, and this is, I'm actually pressing F12, so that's how you open up the dev tools. We'll open up Elements, and then we take this selector, we hover over that, and then now we can actually get all of the styles for this. So the styles component is going to create this kind of dynamically generated, class name. But what we can do is we can move this there. So we can always move it. And what's really cool about that is, let's say that we give it, minus 10, something like that. So now when we move this, it's going to be super dynamic and it's going to stay. So this is a great way to debug your code and your styles as you're building. So what we're going to do is we're going to switch that out, and then we're going to just close this out. And this should stay in place because it'll be all relative here. And that's exactly what we're looking for. So this is great. So we'll give this a save. We'll give this a save. And then we'll give this a refresh. And we see that it worked. So that's great. Awesome. So next step, we're going to do the same thing here, but we're actually going to just go back to our quote generator elements. We're going to just copy this. We're going to just create another one, but this is going to have a different set of styles. We're going to call this position fixed. We're going to do same thing, z index 1. We're going to actually move this all the way to the right. So this is now going to be locked to the right, and then bottom is going to be -10. So we'll give that a save. And then we're going to do the same thing here, but we're going to do clouds 2. And we're going to basically copy the same thing here, do clouds 2, and we're going to do cloudy weather. And that's the second image that's there. We'll give that a save, and we'll see where this saved it. So I see that this added this here, but something that we can do is if we refresh, we open this up because this is that new image that we got. So what I want to do is I want to change, instead of this, we're going to then see that this should be at the right and this should be at the bottom. So if that does not do anything for you, then this means that we need to change this to be that different component that we just created. So we'll do 2, we'll import that, we'll save that, and now we have that there, which is great. And we can actually maybe make this a little bit more to the right. I see that that could be just a little bit more there. So that's looking good, but let's just see if that actually is the case. Okay, I like that. So that stays right there, and it's in that fixed position, which is there. So I like that. So we're gonna do -120, and then we'll just check to see if that actually worked. And it did. That's great. Okay, and then this stays at the left, and you'll see that that's still, it's all kind of adjusting there. Okay, perfect. So this seems really cool, and these are ways where you can work on the styles and then also use that F12 elements and then selector to then find styles and then edit them in your browser and then move them back to VS Code so that you have them as you work on your components. All right, so the next part that we're going to be doing is we're going to be generating a footer so that as quotes are generated, our server, our serverless server in the cloud, is going to be adding +1 to the number of quotes that are generated in a DynamoDB table object, and then we'll be able to display that in the front end. So what we're going to do is we are going to create in our index.tsx file, we're going to create a footer container, which will be a styled component. We're then going to create this div component here so that it can go inside. We're then going to have quotes generated with a number that will be dynamically generated. We're going to call number of quotes, which is a value that we're going to store in useState with the React useState hook. We're then going to add a breakpoint, and then we're going to say developed with, we're going to pass in a heart by, and then we're going to do footer link. And this footer link is going to include some data. So I'm going to include an href to my YouTube channel. So when we, and this is going to be a styled component of a link component from Next. But what we're going to do is, you could obviously include, maybe your own website or maybe your own YouTube channel if you have one, or an Instagram or a LinkedIn or something like that. But we're going to have a call to action, and we want to make this link open up in another browser tab. So what we're going to do is we're going to say target. We're going to then include _blank. We're then going to say rel, and then we're going to have two values here for security. So no opener and no refer. And this helps with legacy browsers in terms of some web vulnerabilities, just to make sure that when you open up this new tag that you can't have basically like no elements. This will actually, like, if you actually open this up or you even ask ChatGPT, it'll give you more data about it. But basically this is just if you're opening up in another tab from your own website, from your own origin to something else, you just want to make sure that you have those values a part of the link script. And then we need to have some value in here. So I'm going to include a link to my handle, but you could have your own link to your own handle or your own name if you wanted to have it there. And then what we're going to do is we're going to close it out, which we do. And then we're going to start hammering away on these values. I'm going to actually rename this to be footer container. And then in our quote generator elements, styled components file, we're going to do exsc for that styled component snippet. We're going to then say footer container. This is going to be a div. And then we're going to start plugging away on these styles. So what we're going to do is we're going to give this a width of 100 view width. So it'll span the length of the width of the screen as it expands and contracts. For the height, we're going to say that this is 50 pixels. Tall, say text align, we're going to say center so that all the text is in the middle. For font family, we're going to say that this is source code pro, and then monospace. We're then going to say font size is 15 pixels. We're going to give this a position of absolute. We're going to put this at the bottom and append it there with 0. And then color is going to be white for the text. And then z index is going to be 99999 so that it'll be prioritized above any other divs in the screen. Now to import that, we just have to rewrite the last letter, press enter to add footer container, and then now it's added to our list of imports automatically, which is awesome. Now to get this value here, so what we're going to do is we're going to be storing this number of quotes value in a hook called useState. So the way that useState works is with React, you'll have basically a value, you'll set that value as well as, and it's array basically, but it's an array of a value and then a set value function or a caller, and then that equals basically a useState like that. So what we're going to do is we're going to say const. We're then going to copy that value here. And then we're going to say set new quotes. It's basically, it's going to be this. So we set number of quotes, we do useState, and we use 0. But it's going to complain because we don't have the right typing for this value because we're using TypeScript. So we need to make sure that we are typing everything correctly. So what we're going to do is, because this is a number, we're going to use state, call this a number, or can be null, and have this value here, and then that will be there. So as we can expand this out, so useState, number boolean, and then we just need to import useState from React. So import React, and then useState from React. So then that is how we'll be able to then call this number, and we're going to automatically set it to be 0. So every time that it loads, we'll show you how to hydrate this data with function calls from Dynamo, but we don't need to worry about that right now. And then for the footer link, we're going to do another component, styled component here. Let's expand this out. Do exsc, do footer link equals styled link. There we go. And then what we're going to do is we're going to overwrite it. So these are going to be how we overwrite the link. So usually the link will be purple if you've ever seen that, or blue with an underline, but we're going to change it so the color of the text is white, but it'll still have that URL underscore. And then what we'll do is we'll import link in that same way, so that as we save this and as we save this, we'll be able to then check that out. And it seems that there's going to be just one call that we are missing here. Oh, I see. We just had that spare function there. Okay, cool. So I'm going to give this a quick save, and then we should be able to see this right here. So if I expand this a little bit more for you all so you can see. So what we're doing is we're going to do quotes generated, and that value is at 0, and then it's going to be developed with love by, and then this will open up my own YouTube channel. But you see how it opens up in another tab? That's where we're able to have the blank with the no opener, no refer relative values there, and then that's how you open that up in the URL. So what we want to do is I would just want to make this, instead of being a white heart, let's make it a red heart. So we go back to the front end, and something that we can do is if you want to edit something in line so you don't add a div where it messes up spacing or add breakpoints, you can use something called span. And what we're going to do is I'm going to create a span called red span. I'm going to put that around the heart, and I'm going to put that in our quote elements, quote generator elements here. Do exsc, we'll do that. And then what we'll do is we will call it same thing here. So red span, we'll just take away the arrow brackets. We're going to make this style/span, and I'll make this a little bit bigger. And then color will overwrite to be red. We'll give that a save. We'll then do the same thing, backspace, and then enter, rewrite, and then enter, and then we'll press save. And then what we'll see here when we go back to the front end is we see that it's red. So that's also a way where we're able to change styles inline, and also just speaking of styles being inline. So remember when we changed the color of this styled component, the text to be white? Well, if you actually undo that, you'll see that it is that purple, bluish URL color that we would expect for URLs. Also, if you ever want to remove the underline, something you could do is text decoration, and then go down to none. And then that's how you'll be able to, overwrite certain styles that come with a link that you might expect. But I do think that the white is fine, because then that we can keep the color cohesive. But I do think that we do need that underline, but just showing you that that's another way where you could overwrite the styles if you ever wanted to. Okay, cool. So that's pretty good. And then let's just look at useState and what that's doing. So when we assign this value to be 0, so every time that this function, really it's a functional component, but every time that this page or this functional component page loads, there's going to be a base value that is assigned to this thing. So let's say that we want to make it 200. So every time that this loads, it's going to be 200. Load it again, you'll see that's 200. If we ever wanted to make this, 400, we'll give that a save, and now it's 400. We go back to 0, we give that a save, do refresh, and now it's at 0. So it makes sense when you are fetching data from a server or from your cloud environment, or from AWS, or really anything, you really want to make sure probably that the value is 0 or it's set to basically nothing, and then you hydrate it with data. So for us and our sake, we probably just want this to be its original value as 0, and then we'll use something called useEffect to hydrate this data with an actual number from our database. So that's great. So now that we've added this footer component, we can proceed to the next part, which will be a pop-up modal with a button, and we'll start configuring out how the front end works. To get that modal pop-up that we want for a component so that we can start clicking and getting our quotes, one of my absolute favorite frameworks to use is Material UI. They have a lot of these components that you can, spin up and then use however you like, but I really like their modal component because it's just so easy. You can have this element here, and then just have this pop up. And you could actually just use this modal, really as like its own component. You don't necessarily need to click a button. You could just have it open, and then it sort of just fills over this. So as something expands, you still have the modal over that screen. So I really like that, and we're going to be using this in our application. So what we're going to do is we're going to use npm to install these packages. So I'm just on the mui.com/materialui/getting started installation, and that's where we'll be installing the MUI, material, emotion, React, and emotion styled elements here. So we go back to our code base. We will open up another tab, so we want to keep that running there. We will do clear. We're going to then install these into our package.json script, and then these will install these packages in our node modules. And then we'll be able to start building out our element. So there's going to be quite a lot of code that we are going to build here. So let's dig in. So when we are configuring our front end, what we really want is we want to have this background, which we already have, gradient background, right? These images are just going to stay in the background. So we'll just start labeling some of this stuff. So it'll be background, images, and then we'll say footer, and that stays there. So now what we want to do is we want to push some stuff basically over these images, and we're going to build basically quite a lot of things. So we're going to have a quote generator modal, and then we're going to basically have this as a modal, and then we're going to have some stuff over it. So we're going to create a component called gradient quote generator modal, and that is just going to be the pop-up as we call our script. But we don't necessarily need to worry about that right now. We're just going to comment that out, and we'll worry about that later. The next thing that we're going to do is we are going to, and I'm actually going to indent these just so it's a little bit easier to see. Something that we are going to build out next is quote generator modal. Actually, we'll call it modal pop-up just so that it's easy to see. And then this is the quote generator. And that's going to be the button that we call. So we're going to need to have a quote generator container. We're then going to want to have a quote generator inner container. Then we're going to want to have a quote generator title. And this is going to be daily inspiration generator, the title. We're then going to have a subtitle. So that's going to be quote generator subtitle. And then I'm just going to copy this text in under the subtitle here. And I'll just do that. So I decided it would be, a fun, description of, looking for a splash of inspiration, generate a quote card with inspirational quote card generated by, and then I have, again, that same footer link component. That's the link component, style link component that we referenced earlier in the footer. I link to ZenQuotes, and then I list the ZenQuotes API, and I set there. So just to give a little bit of a perspective on ZenQuotes. So what they are a really easy to use API. You can use it for free. They also have a paid version if you ever were needing like a lot of requests. But this is just just like a project that we're building out, so we don't need to use an API key or anything like that. So what we're able to do is just use their API, their URL, to then call the ZenQuotes API and then get a random quote back. So these are some of the people that you can get quotes from. And then you could also, browse quotes by keyword. They just have a lot of built-in functionality, and it's really easy to just hit this API, and which we'll do in a little bit, and then actually generate a random quote. So pretty cool, and we'll show exactly how to do that. But yeah, major shout out to ZenQuotes for providing this free utility for random quotes. So that's how we're going to be getting our random quote, and I'm just giving accreditation to ZenQuotes for providing this as a service. Next up, we're going to create a button. So under subtitle, we're going to create a button. So we're going to do generate quote button, and then we're going to include some button text. So we're going to do generate quote button text, and that's going to have an on-click function, but we're just going to make that go to a null function just for now, just as a placeholder. This is going to say make a quote, and then that's the text. That's the button that closes it out. We got the inner container, and then we have that. So that's pretty much all that we have here, and I'm just going to move these out just a little bit, just for spacing's sake. And now we can start attacking some of these components. So what we're going to do is we're then going to start going to these from the top. So there's going to be quite a lot of styles that we're going to be referencing in this. So that's why we are going to have split screen. So there's a style that is becoming really popular with a lot of kind of innovative tech, cutting edge tech companies called Glassomorphism. And I found a really great website that I'm going to show in a second, but this is how I'm going to be getting the inspiration to style these different components. So if you go to hype4.academy, they have this Glassomorphism generator for making basically the styles for a div. So it's really awesome because what you can do is you can adjust the blurriness. So you see sort of this background image gets blurrier. You can also adjust the transparency, so how transparent something is. So if you had like no blur and then it's transparent, you can kind of see over it. Or if you want to add the image and then you add blur, you can see how it's adjusting those ones. And then you could also make it a different color. So if you want to make it red, to make it blue, want to make it, like different types of colors of the rainbow, you could do that. And then you could adjust the blurriness, adjust the transparency, and then you just copy the CSS here, and then you could import those directly into your application. So we're going to be using those types of styles with a few twists. So the first one that we're going to create is the quote generator container. So EXSC for our style component. We're going to do quote generator container, and then this is of course going to be a div, and then we're going to be copying a whole bunch of these styles here, which I'll just copy to save some time. So we have a min height of 350. This is going to be creating the height and the width. We'll then do basically like a minimum height and a minimum width, and then just a height and a width. So this is as the screen is expanding or decreasing. We're going to be having sort of this minimum bound and then this upper bound to work within. And then we're going to have a border of 2 pixels. We're going to have a border radius to round out the edges. And then we're going to be putting this in the middle of the screen. So this is in the middle of that background that has the animation of the color switching. And then to actually get this to go exactly in the center, we're going to do top 50%, left 50%, and then we do this transform translate manipulation of -50% with a position absolute. So this is a way that you can center a div within a div. So it's a pretty handy trick. And then Z index is going to be above the background. And then this is that glassomorphic style. So this is a specific, shade of dark indigo purple. And then this box shadow will sort of add kind of this like glassy outer effect. We then have this backdrop filter, which is a blur, and then backdrop filter as well, which is a blur, and then border radius of 10 to round out the edges. And then we have a border there. So this is that style for the quote generator container. We're then going to do, as I'm sure you guessed it, rewrite that, import with enter. Then we're going to do the next one. We're going to do exsc again. We'll put this one in there. We're going to do div. And then we're going to add some more styles in here. So for this one, we're going to do top 50%, left 50%. Again, that transfer and translate manipulation, position absolute with 100%. So what we're doing is we have this background. We're creating this in the middle of that. And then we're going to then have another div in the middle of this. And you'll see why we layer it this way. But sometimes if you want to have something centered within something that's also centered, this is a way that you can have a div within a div over another div. And then that's how you can have more of these balanced styles and ordering. So again, we import that directly there. Now for the title, we're going to do exsc again. We'll do that for the title. For the title again, it's going to be style div. And we're going to be copying some more styles here. And what we're doing here is we are making the font family this permanent marker, font size of 50, text align, make the text in the center. There's going to be a color for text being white. We're going to have this padding of 0 20 pixels, 0 20 pixels, and you'll see why that padding matters. And also for the position, we're going to have that relative, so it's going to be centered at the top. And then if the screen has a max width of 60 pixels, then the font size is going to decrease by 20 pixels. So it's going to go from 50 to 30. And that's really important because when you have screens changing, you also have to think about how readable is the text, and you might need to make something smaller. You might need to make something, go on a second line. So these are just considerations, and what this is called is a media query. So say that it's a media query. So what's awesome about styled components is that you can have these media queries wrapped into these different components, and then you could have this all impact everything that's within this div, which is awesome. So now we will import this, which is great. Now we just need to work on the subtitle. So we'll do exsc again. We'll get subtitle, and we're going to add some more styles here. This, of course, is going to be another div. Which is there. And then text color is going to be white, font family, caveat, font size is 35, position is relative, width is 100%, text align center, padding, similar styles, except now this is going to be a little bit smaller. So we're sort of making this as subtitle text, which has a different font and is also smaller. And then we will import this. We will import that like that. And then we're going to work on this quote button. So exsc again. We'll do this. We'll make another div. And I'm sure you probably guessed it that we could be just using a button, but I do like styling these in a custom way just because it gives you a little bit more granularity of what you're doing with the styles, and it gives you a little bit more control. So there's quite a lot of styles going on to this button, but at a high level, we're going to be having some glassomorphic effects here, which you might recognize from the top before, but we're going to give the button 100 pixels as the height, 300 pixels as the width. There's going to be a border around them. There's going to be a border radius. Margin top is 20 pixels, so that makes it a little bit down from the top. There's going to be a position relative. There's a transition. So this is what we're going to be doing. So as there's a hover effect, we want to be using this 0.2 second ease in, ease out effect. When you hover over it, or basically when you want to click on it, we're going to have this pointer mouse. So we're going to change from, just like the normal clicker to a pointer. It's going to be top 20 pixels. And then the margin is auto, transform origin is center. So this is how we're going to be centering this inside of the div. and then we give this glassomorphic effect. So that's these styles here. So, pretty similar to the other ones that were above. And then the on hover. So this is how you do on hover effects in styled component. So when you do that, so that you apply this class, and then you have a filter, there's a transition, there's a transform. So it's going to get a little bit bigger as you hover over it. The brightness is going to increase by 3 times. And there's also, this will just stay in the center. So we will import this. And then we just need to do the text, and that should round out the last of our imports for styled components. So again, exsc, we're going to do button text. So this is going to be the text that's inside of the button that's centered. So we're going to do div once more, and then we're going to give this some styles. So the text color is going to be white, font family is going to be caveat, font size is going to be 35 pixels. We're doing that left top transform translate, style manipulation to make it in the center with a position absolute. The width is going to be 100%, and that's going to be that the text div is 100% of the button that it's within, and then the text align is centered, so the text is going to be in the center. So we'll import that. And it's probably not going to like the fact that we have on click, but that's okay for now. We'll see if TypeScript complains about it too much, but hopefully should be able to be okay. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to switch back to our previous window here, and let's see what we got. So this is starting to look like a real application. So what I really like about this glassomorphic effect is that as we make this smaller, this becomes much more dynamic. And this is really clean. I think if you are building, portfolio projects or anything for work, being able to show this level of detail to your build, I think is hands down game changing, because it also shows that you're really thinking about as the user is on different devices, especially considering how mobile we all are, being able to have that consideration around styles to say, hey, we have this desktop application, but then we can also make it mobile. These are skills that will pay dividends down the road for you. And of course, we see that on hover effect that looks really clean. And as we hover over it, the color's changing. There's that little bit of glow. And of course, we see that. And if we open up ZenQuotes, we see how it opens up in another tab, which is exactly what we wanted to do with that target blank. And this is looking pretty cool so far. So again, we got that glassomorphic effect where it's blurring out the images in the corner. And as these move, you see that glassomorphic effect moving over it. So this is looking like an application, and I'm really happy with what we have so far. And as we continue the rest of this build, once we click make a quote, we're going to then have a modal pop up, and that's going to manage some state. And then that's where we're going to be interfacing with the cloud and then getting an image back. So you'll see how we'll do that in the next part of the build. So as we start working on our full stack project, I do think that it's helpful to do a lot of deconstructionism when it comes to building out parts or components. So a methodology that I've found really helpful is using an online IDE like CodeSandbox to build out scripts, build out components, build out certain elements before we institute that or implement that into our application. So when we are clicking this button, obviously this button isn't linked to any functions right now, but when we call this, we're going to be calling our API to run a Lambda script to do something and then send that back to our front end. So we don't have this script configured yet, but it would make sense for us to be thinking about this before we start implementing it, because when we are waiting to get data back from Lambda, we're going to need to have some sort of use state for basically, are we fetching data? Is something loading? Did something complete? And did the function finish running what we called it to do? So this is where it makes sense for us to sort of park our front end and then move to working on the back end. And when we think about deconstructionism, what we can do is that we can create a CodeSandbox IDE. It's an online editor, but it allows us to write Node.js. We could, create a Docker instance. We could use Dino, Vue, React. They have Rust. They have Python. They have Astro, T3 app. They have Next.js. They have almost anything Nuxt. They have literally everything that you could ever do. They have a Node HTTP server, Vue 3, Svelte, Gatsby. Like, they have Remix. They have literally everything. So what we want to do is we want to create what will become our Lambda server, but we want to test it out in Node.js before we actually start implementing it. So when we do create IDE, we then start this up, and what we'll do is we'll title this. So I'm going to name this to inspirational quote generator right there. We'll save that, and that automatically autosaves. Do that there, and then we'll just do a quick refresh just to make sure that it's saving correctly, which it seems like it is. So now when you spin up your CodeSandbox IDE, your Node.js environment for the first time, you can run your commands with just refreshing, and it'll rerun the server. Let's say that we wanted to do hello CodeSandbox 2. We'll say that too. We'll say, hey friends, welcome to this build. We'll give that a save. We'll do a refresh. And now we see, hey friends, welcome to this build. So that means that it's working, which is great. So now what we're going to do is we are going to start getting our hands dirty with building this script. So just for some housekeeping purposes, we are going to remove this. And now it won't do anything because we're not calling it to do anything. So what we're going to do is, and I do think that this is a helpful exercise before you ever write any code for your script. Let's really think about what we actually need the script to do. So we're going to need the script to do a couple of things. But for starters, we want to fetch a random quote. For number 2, we want to basically turn those quotes, or that fetched quote, into a series of lines, which we're going to call this quote text. So we're going to turn text of quote into lines, which is going to be the quote text received. And I'm going to make this just a little bit bigger, the text, just so that you all can see it there. Cool. Now for number 3, we want to basically create a line for our author. So we have the text, which is the, I'm just going to make this a little bit bigger. Yeah. So we have the lines for our quote. So the quote could be maybe 1 line, 2 lines, 3 lines, or 4 lines. And then the author is going to be a line after that. So we want to turn text of author into a line. And that's the quote author. Then the 4th thing that we're going to need to do is add a quote image of some sort. So add a quote image. Then for number 5, we want to turn all of these elements into a renderable SVG. So we turn these elements into an SVG format. And then to finish off the rest of the script, we want to basically take that SVG, and then turn that into an image, which we're going to configure an image as PNG here, but we're going to need to have it as a base 64 string in Lambda, which we'll worry about later. You don't need to worry about that right now. But what that means is that instead of it being an actual file, it's going to be a series of characters that will resemble an image file, which we'll get to in a little bit. So that seems to be on track for what we're looking for. And sometimes I find it helpful also just to save this in the README file. So if you want to edit your README file, you can just go in here. We'll switch this out. Oh, I think that's doing that again. So we'll do inspirational quote generator app. And then we'll have these as our README elements. And then we'll just give that a save. We'll switch back to reading. So just so in case we ever need to reference this back, we have this saved in another spot. Okay, so now that we have our steps here, we're going to now start configuring our server. So there's going to be a specific package that we're going to need to create. And I'm going to create a terminal. And I'm going to make this a little bit bigger. So we're going to need to install a couple of things. So Sharp is going to be a library that we're going to need for the image processing. So we'll do npm I sharp, and then we'll press enter. And now we should see in package.json, we should see Sharp installed as a dependency, which is great, it means that it installed correctly. And then we're going to need to install a specific version of Node Fetch, which is specifically version 2. So we'll do npm I node fetch at 2.6.2. And this is very similar to what Lambda is going to need for this specific way to fetch data outside of the server using Node.js. So that is a great way for us to start working. And you'll see here that now Node fetches at 2.6.9. And that means that we have that working. When we're making these images, we are going to want to pull a random set of colors for the background. And those are going to be just a random background graphic. So what we're going to do is we're going to right click, we'll do new directory, then we'll call this backgrounds. And then we're going to drag and drop these that are from my computer here. And we have these different colors that we drop into here. So these are 750 by 500 pixels. Resolution is 72 by 72. But where I got these was from this awesome website called uigradients.com. And you get a ton of really great different gradients here. And you can just like pull in different ones. And you can also see, you know, kind of like how they're made, how they work. And they even have ones that are like 3 colors too, which are pretty cool. And even like that, it's pretty sick. So what I did was I just found 4 that I really liked. And then those became the backgrounds that I will call in the script. So you can either use those or pull from your own, but just make sure that it's that 750 by 500 pixel background size. So then when we are working on our script, we're also going to create another directory, and we're just going to call this finals. And that's just going to be where we store the images that get generated. And then those are going to be all the folders that we need to create. So what we're going to do just to get this kicked off is we're going to call a few things. So we're going to, first of all, call Sharp. Then we're going to call the ZenQuotes API, and then we're going to call fetch so that we can use node fetch to then call our API. So we're going to do these import statements at the top. Now, I'll just do it at the top just because it'll be easier to see. So const sharp equals require, and we'll call sharp const API URL from ZenQuotes. So https zenquotes.io/API/random. And that's the API endpoint to call ZenQuotes' random API generator. And then const fetch equals require node fetch. All right, so now we're going to create an async function called getRandomQuote. We're going to call this API URL here, so API URL, and then we'll start to create our function. So we're going to create 2 variables, So first one's going to say my quote is, and that's going to say let quote text be this variable, and then this other one is going to be author name here, and then that's going to be let quote author. So it's going to be the two variables that will change as we get data back. So we want to validate response to the API in this step, and we're going to do const response equals await fetch API URL, which we'll just copy from there. Do var quote data equals await response.json. So we're going to take this response, we're going to turn it into JSON data, and then put that into a quote data variable. And then we'll do console log quote data to log that out. And we can actually try to see if we can call this right now. So what we actually are going to change is this. So I'm just going to call this API URL input just to differentiate API URL from there and there. So then we're going to call get random quote with that API, and then we'll see if we can restart this. So as you can see, we are able to get this data back, which is really cool. So I want to open up Screen Brush and just show you how this is working, because this is also really helpful to think about when you call APIs, what is actually happening. So when we have this data, so this is going to be the quote data. So that's quote text right there. Then the quote author is going to be right here. And it actually creates this block quote, kind of HTML block for you, but we're not actually going to use that. We're going to take these variables and use them in our own way. But what we're doing is that, we're calling this index.js file, and then we're going to use fetch to use that API URL input. So that's that, HTTP ZenQuotes, random API. And that's when we're fetching the data out of that endpoint. And that's going to, they have their own function that's going to generate from their list of quotes, a random one for us to use. And then we take basically that response, we turn it into this JSON structure, which you see, in this. So that's that JSON, and that's where we'd be able to take, .q or .a, and then use those in our graphic, which you'll see. And then this is a specific input. So this is just, run this function with this specific input. So then we take this, which is the API URL, and this is that API endpoint. So it takes, given this API endpoint input, API endpoint input, there we go. We're able to then fetch that and then create a response and then map that into some JSON that then we can use in our application. We can actually run this a bunch of times and we'll get different quotes. So that was one by Aristotle. This is another one. Another one here. We'll do one more. So what's really cool about this is that it's running this random API generator, and that's how we're able to validate that our getRandomQuote function is actually working, which is great. So now we're going to keep plugging along with actually some of the image generation components as well. But now that we have this function set up, we're able to call that API endpoint and it's working. Now we're going to start working on some of the construction of the image and also validating the response out of the API. So what we're going to do is we're going to then update these quote text and quote author variables and we're going to say quote text equals quote data, that first object dot q. So that's going to be in the first item, right? This first object, get the q variable, and then also quote author equals, and we're going to do that same thing, except make that a. And we can also try logging these variables just to make sure that they are in fact working, because that'll be important for us to see. So if we do this, we do refresh. So I see that. So I see a quote, which is that, and then the author is that. We'll do another one. So yeah, so it seems like this is what we're doing. So this is going to be really easy to see, where of course we have this JSON data structure, but now we have, you know, something that kind of looks almost like a graphic, right? You have your quote and then you have your author. So this all works. So we can get rid of those console log statements and we can proceed here. So now we're going to construct our image. So this is going to be the image construction. And these are going to be the quote elements. And let us just make sure these elements are a little bit better indented here. Okay, cool. So now under the image construction, we're going to do a variable for width, which is going to be 750, and then const height. We're going to make that a little bit smaller than the graphic. And then we're going to do const text equals quote text. So the text for the graphic is going to be that same variable there. And then we're going to do const words equals text split. We're going to add a space there. And then we're going to be creating these line breaks. So something that I found that is really important for this quote was that when I was generating these initially, this long string, oh, this is going to error out. I'm actually going to not call anything. So, and then it should, yeah, it might just have an error, but that's because I don't have anything there. So what I originally was having was when I had that string running, or actually we can comment this out, comment that out, but keep that running. Let's see if that runs. Yeah. So where was this? Yeah. So in the quote, so you have these lists of words. So it would basically take the string and it stretch it across the length of the graphic off of the left and the right. So what we need to do is we need to be able to map a list of these words basically in lines, and then go to the next line, and then map a few words, and then go to the next line. So that's where we're going to be adding some variables here. So when we do const line break equals 4, and then let new text, we're going to be constructing this sort of string manipulation so that as it goes to 4 words, then it breaks, then it goes to 4 words, and then it breaks, goes 4 words, then it breaks. So that's going to be a way where we take basically this variable, which we'll soon call tspan element, and then we're going to do basically this for loop on the number of words and the length of that, and then increment over it, and then create these line breaks as we go along. So this was sort of a clever way in which I was able to, you know, put the text in the middle of the graphic, create these lines, and then iterate over that so that it's never more than 4 words on each line, and then it'll, you know, cut out after a certain time. So you'll see how we'll do that with this upcoming for loop with basically an if this, then run this, otherwise run this type logic. So we're going to define some tspan elements with 4 words each. So what we'll do is we'll do let tspan elements equal an empty string. Then we'll do 4, and we'll do let as I equals 0. I is less than words dot length. And then as I increments upwards, we're then going to say that new text plus equal words I. So as I is incrementing, we'll add a space. And then if, we'll do I plus 1. And then we'll do divisible by line break equals 0. We'll then make tspan elements plus equal, and then we'll do a back tick tspan x equals, and then this is where we're going to be adjusting the width here. So I'm actually gonna like make this like much smaller, just because like we don't really need this right now. I just want to prioritize this for the screen. So tspan and x is going to equal this variable of width divided by 2 dy equals 1.2 em, and then we'll add the new text in there, and then we'll cut out the tspan element there, and then backticks is there, and then semicolon is there. So then after that, this new text is going to equal this empty string there, and then we pass that back, and then we say if new text does not equal this empty string, then tspan elements plus equals tspan, and we're going to basically call the same thing again. So I'm just going to copy that down here, and it's going to be tspan x equals width divided by 2 dy 1.2 em new text, and then tspan there. So that's going to be that construction. And then we're going to console log the tspan elements just to see if we're getting this correct. So let's just give this a save, and then let's see how this works. So I'm seeing that there's this tspan, a person without a, then that ends, and the new one, sense of humor is, then like a wagon without, springs jolted by every, pebble in the road. So that's great. So this seems like this is all of the quote text elements that are all mapped in these tspan implements. And then it's going to be every 4 words. So remembering that you are a, going to die is, the best way I, this is all basically 4-letter words, trap of thinking you have something to lose. And then confidence comes from crossing thresholds. And this is just 1. So this is really important because when you have a list of 4, you then need to make sure that any remaining words still go on that new line. So that's when you're able to see in this for loop here, we want to make sure that as there's no more basically line breaks, as in there's no more words that map to B4, we just add that new element, basically the new text. And then we add our, basically these tspan elements, but it's only going to include one last one, which is all of the words that are remaining. So that works out great. So this is working, which is awesome. And then we're going to start working on the SVG image. Next up, we're going to be creating the construction of the SVG. So right after console logging those tspan elements, we are going to work on, I'm going to just make sure that this is all tabbed correctly. So say construct the SVG. So we'll do const svg image equals, we'll do backticks here. So this is how we will do the mapping around the image. So this is going to be svg width. And I'm actually going to copy some of this stuff just to make it a little bit easier to see mapped out. So we're going to have this svg with this width. That's the same width that we mentioned up here, with a height, which we have up there. And then we're going to copy these styles that we created here. So the way that this is going to work is that we have basically, when you have an SVG, you can include styles inside of this image, kind of like a div, and it's going to have these different elements. So it's going to have a title, which is going to have a fill, it'll have a font size, and it'll be bold. We have this author style. We then have a footer style, and the author is going to be this size. It's going to be bold as well with some padding. And then the footer, which is where we give an accreditation, then we say it's, it's by us and ZenQuotes. So that's going to have a different font size. It's also bold, different fill, and it's going to be in the middle. And that's how we'll be mapping out all the styles. So next, what we're going to do is we're going to now have the elements of the actual image. So right after style, and I'm going to just move this over a little bit there. So then we're going to have a circle SVG. So the circle SVG is going to have a quote in there. So this is the fill, and you'll see here that this is where we'll have a circle at the top of the screen. Then we're going to have some text for the actual quote. So it's going to look like this, but it'll have text. And I'm going to just map over this just so that you can see it. So there's going to be the circle, and the circle has this positioning. We then have this text, which I will just span over so you can see. So the text is going to be in the middle, and it's going to be a quote, like a single quote. And it's going to have this font size of 90, so it's going to be pretty big, and it's going to have font family of Verdana. And then the fill is white. So it's going to be this quote over this image. And then that's how that's going to be working. Next up, we're going to be working on the T-span elements being mapped along with the quote author. So that's going to be this separate section here, which we will put here. And what we're going to do is I will just span to show you. So we have this G element, and this is also going to be some text here. So the text is coming from there, and what we do is we have this rectangle, we have a width, and that's where we're going to be putting the text inside of this rectangle. And then the text ID is, the last line of quote. So basically, we'll have this width, and then the last line of quote equals that. All the text is in the middle, and then the T-span elements go in there, and then the quote author is going to go right after that. Then we're going to add a little bit more text here. Which you will see in a second. So right after this G group, we're going to add a little bit more text here. And I'm just going to make the formatting of this just a little bit easier to see. So then the text for the footer is going to be that footer styles. So there's going to be some text. It's going to be the width with the Y. I can actually move this up just to make it a little bit easier to see. So in terms of this text, we have the width, we have the height, and footer styles is there. And then we could say developed by, and you could put your, social media handle or your name. And then we're just giving this accreditation to ZenQuotes because they're providing this API for free. So they say to include that in the graphic, which we're doing, so we can stay in compliance with them. So then we're going to be closing out this SVG. So we'll then say SVG is closed. That is the backtick and the colon. So that's quite a lot just for that SVG, but now we're going to have an image with a circle with a quote. We're going to have those T-span elements, the quote spanning across the screen down. We'll have the quote author, and then we'll have this footer with our name and the ZenQuotes API. Credit to. So now what we want to do is we want to add those backgrounds in a random way. So what we're going to do is we're going to say const, or actually just say that add background images for the SVG creation. So now when we do const background images equals, there's going to be an array, and we're going to copy basically all of the paths in our backgrounds folder. So that's what these are. So these are going to be the different files, and those, we just have 4 of them. So you'll see here that that's where they're coming from. And that all looks good. Then we're going to choose a random image here. I'm just going to make that a little bit there. So now when we want to select a random one, we'll do const random index. So pulling a random index from this list. We're going to use the math.floor, and then we'll do math.random number times background images dot length. And this is an easy way to inject some randomness into our function right here. And then we'll do const selected background image equals background images random index. There we go. So now the selected background image is going to be one that we pick out of the background images with this random index. So we get basically this random number for all of these different backgrounds, and then we're going to then make that the index that we select for our background images, and then that will be the selected background. So if you have more more backgrounds that you include here, then this number will have more options to choose more randomly. So you'll probably get, more selections, obviously, from choosing that. So then we're going to do some composition. So we're going to composite this image together. So that's going to be the next step. So we'll do const timestamp equals new date. And this is a way that we can get the actual date timestamp, local date string, which is that method. And then we'll do replace. And then there's this special set of characters that help to just make it all, basically like checking for these characters. And then if that's there, then just insert that, which is an empty string, which you'll see why that's relevant in a little bit. I'm going to do const svg buffer equals, and then we're going to use buffer as a image transformation library. So we'll do from svg image, and that svg image is coming from this svg that we're creating up there. Then we'll do const image equals await, and then we're going to use that sharp package. If you remember from earlier, we imported that. That's from there. So now we're actually going to use sharp to generate this image. So we'll do sharp selected background image, and then we're going to do composite, and then there is this input, which is svg buffer, which was that variable that we just called on line 97. There is a top of 0. There is a left of 0. And we add some commas. Then we're going to do this command called toFile. We're going to say finals. We're going to say quote card, quote card underscore $ timestamp .png. And then we have closing bracket, and then we call our API. So we're going to see if hopefully this all runs and works correctly. So let's see if that actually does happen. So we'll do running, and seems like we got something. So let's see if this worked. All right. So let me just close this out for a second. And so you'll see here that this is basically trying to create this timestamp string, and this is 5/5/2023. So this is May 5th, 2023. So it's just including the date. So this is a quote by Abraham Lincoln, and that was just generated randomly. So then let us try to do this again. So we'll try to run it one more time. And I think we probably want to have a different timestamp. I do wonder though how we can make this just a little bit differently. So I think that's just because it's date. So let's just try to change it to local string. So to local string replace, and we'll save that, and then we'll try to run that again. Yeah, there we go. So now this is doing it also with time. So this is the date, and then also timestamp as well. So now we have this different image, and this is, now Thomas Edison's. This is a different quote. We'll try to run this again, and we'll get a different one. We'll run this again. We'll get a different one. We'll run this again. We'll get a different one. We'll run this again, and we'll get a different one. And this is really cool because now we're able to just make all of these super, super, super quickly. J.R.R. Tolkien. We'll keep running here. Hans Christian Andersen. And this is awesome. So this is creating this, this choosing a random background. It's taking this quote, it's mapping everything, and it's making it all in these graphics. And these are all created through Node.js. So pretty cool. And let's just do one more for good measure. Cool. And we'll leave on a good note with Eleanor Roosevelt. So happiness is not a goal. It's a byproduct of a life well lived. Very well said. So this is great. So we have our script now, and this is running. This is perfect. So now what we're going to do is we are going to go back to our code, which is here. We are going to 100% save this, but it's pretty much already auto-saving anyway. And we'll just give a look over our code. Everything looks great. And yeah, now we're going to be able to take this and then put this on AWS Lambda with a little bit of refactoring here and there. And then we'll be able to work with our front end to call our Lambda through AppSync and then generate this image in a serverless Lambda server and then get that back in the front end. But instead of it being an image, we're going to do something called a Base64 encoded string, which you'll see in a little bit. But that's going to be a different way in which we actually get the image generated, not as a file, but as a string. So it's going to be like a ton of characters. And that's actually how we will be able to map our image to a string and then decode that in the front end. Now that we have our script to run and create our image, something that we can now do is go back to the front end. So in our application, we're going to want to set up our cloud environment and really set up all the services that we're going to be using and leveraging in AWS to then run that script. And we're going to have a series of front-end listeners basically using our API endpoint to then listen for when we're generating the quote, send a response to get the quote card, and then get that response back, and then show that in the front end. So what we're going to do is we're going to check out the AWS Amplify documentation. So the Amplify CLI is a very powerful CLI for deploying AWS resources for, really a full stack software project. And if you don't already have this installed, I'll just zoom in here, but you do npm install, gflag at awsamplify.cli. You can also use a curl command, which looks like this. And then also if you are on Windows, it would look something like this. And then you'd be able to install it on any of your devices. But since we have already done this, we already have the CLI installed. We don't have to do this step. So the next step, if you haven't already done this, is you should configure an Amplify IAM user, or really just an IAM user for your Amplify CLI, so that Amplify service can build the services that you want in your CloudFormation stack and update your stack for you. So when you add an API, when you add a Lambda, when you add storage, when you add a database model, you want to be able to have an IAM user that can update or modify or delete resources in the CloudFormation stack. So I've already created an Amplify IAM user with the administer access amplify specifications, but if you haven't, you use amplify configure. It'll then walk you through all these processes, but you'll create the name and then you'll set the permissions. So they have this administer access amplify policy name, which is a managed policy. You'd attach that, and then you're going to get a key value pair to then go to security credentials where you can get your access key, and then you'll save that to your AWS credentials file locally. So when you can retrieve your access keys, that's where you're going to have your access key and your secret access key, and that's what will configure access for your application, or for the CLI to be able to work with AWS. So you'd be entering that in, and then you'd be able to have that user, and then when you run amplify init or amplify initialize, that's where you'll be able to use this AWS profile to then launch your project or launch the CloudFormation stack for your project. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back here. We're going to open up the terminal, and I did this with the control and then the tilde button. And what we're going to do is we're going to do amplify init. And we're going to do that because we haven't already set up amplify in our project yet. We are just starting out here. So we'll do amplify init. And I'll pull this up. So it's recommended to run this from the root of your project, which we are doing here because that's the root of this project. And we're going to call this inspo quote gen or should we call that, we should call this maybe in inspirational quotes. Yeah, we'll call it inspirational quotes. So then what's really great about the CLI too is that it already is able to know quite a bit about my project because it's checking out what I have. So it knows that the environment is dev, I'm in Visual Studio Code. So this is actually the default environment, but it knows that this is what we're going to want just to start out with. It knows that this is the JavaScript, which is the app type, and we're using React, which we are. And then there's going to be a source directory that it's going to create with this AWS exports file. And then these are going to be the build commands. So this all sounds great. We'll say yes. And then we're going to use this AWS profile as opposed to the access key. So I'm going to choose the AWS profile, and I'm going to choose the role that I have already set up for my Amplify configuration to my AWS account. So I'm going to press that, and then it's going to start deploying these resources into AWS. So it's going to start creating this CloudFormation stack, and then it's going to start deploying this to the cloud. So I'm going to pause the recording now, and then I'll restart it when the CloudFormation stack is all set up in AWS. Now that our CloudFormation stack has been pushed to AWS, we just received some new things. So let's go through our application and see what AWS and Amplify provided for us. So one of the first things that we'll see is a new directory in our root, which is called Amplify. If we open this up, there is a config with some local AWS info and some project info that's just scoped about the project. Also the current cloud backend. So this is going to be the updates that you make locally, and then it's going to compare the current stack local with the AWS stack in the cloud. And then when you are adding a resource, when you're updating a resource, it'll compare the cloud version with your local version. And then that is what actually is going to enable the ability for CloudFormation to either be updated, modified, removing a resource, adding a resource, those types of actions. And then in the back end, that's actually what your application is going to be doing. So this is where you have your root CloudFormation stack, and you'd have all of these different variables and these different roles, and that's how you're actually going to be able to deploy your root stack for AWS Amplify CLI. And then as you add resources, you'll maybe see under backend API or Auth or storage or other types of resources as well. So that's the Amplify folder in a nutshell, and that's pretty much what we'll do. So you won't really have to worry about doing anything in this. We're using the CLI, and it will be programmatically adding or updating or changing what's in this folder, but we won't have to really worry very much about that. One thing that will be of importance to note is that when we have src, we have this AWS exports.js file, and that's going to be how AWS sees our resources. So this file is just a JSON object of key value pairs between a service identifier and what that service is. So when you call an API endpoint, you need to know what the endpoint ID is. For Auth, what's the Auth default mode, those types of things. So when we have our AWS exports file, we'll be able to then call that from the root of our application, and then we'll be able to access Amplify and then AppSync and Cognito and storage and databases and all these other types of calls to the AWS services. So why don't we do that right now? So we're going to add basically a few lines of code, and we're also going to install some packages. So when we are working with our next app, so when we want to use JavaScript, so they have different libraries, and they also have a getting started here. So under Next.js, if we go to prerequisites, these are the steps that we have already taken. And we've already done the Amplify configure, set up this. So this is when you set up, next application, which is what we have already done. We've already initialized Amplify, and we've already configured all of these things. So we're going to take this import script. So this is going to be installing the AWS Amplify package, the AWS Amplify UI React. So we're going to take this, we're going to copy it. We're going to go back to our repository. We'll save that. We'll do npm install AWS Amplify like that. We'll wait for that to install. Once the Amplify packages are installed in our application, we're then going to go back to the app.tsx file. So this lives under pages. There's this underscore app.tsx file. And what we're going to be doing is we're going to be adding a few lines of code. So under app props, I'm going to add some AWS imports. So we're going to install or import what was just installed. So the Amplify API, Auth, and with SSR context, and then AWS exports, which is going to be this file that lives in the src file. So this was just generated for us. So then we're going to then configure this. And we actually probably don't need these elements, so we can just delete those. And then we're going to be able to configure Amplify to then serve the whole application. So this is really great because we'll be able to call our services that we add to the stack and, have API and call IAM and all those good things that we're going to need for our application. So we'll give this a save, and the app will probably reconfigure. We actually check to make sure that it's not erroring. We'll just give this a quick refresh. And there's no errors, so that's great. So that means that we are good so far. So now what we're going to do is we are going to work on some of the steps for building out our cloud infrastructure. So we've configured this locally. Now let's check out what's happening in AWS. So you can go to the Amplify service. If you search for Amplify in the search bar, I have this as one of my pinned services, but you'll need to go to the Amplify service in the console, in the management console on the web, and then you should see your app right here. So I'm going to click on this, and it's immediately going to pull up a bunch of data about our stack, which is really great because when we start adding hosting, we'll be able to configure the CI/CD pipeline here, and then we'll also see the back-end resources that were deployed in our stack. And we can see that this was deployed a little while ago, so there isn't any resources associated with it yet other than just the Amplify project that was configured for it. And then we also have some general and some Amplify Studio settings if we want to enable those. We're not going to get into that right now, but we could if we wanted to. So now what we want to do is we want to add an API to our application. So we'll switch back to our application, and we will start adding the schema and the API and the Lambda function for that as well. So to add our API, what we're going to do is we're going to open up our tab. We'll just press clear. Or what we can do is, since we just configured our application, we actually have the suggestion of Amplify add API. So when you add services using the Amplify framework, it's literally as easy as Amplify add something. So we do Amplify add API, and I'm actually going to clear this so I can make it a little bit bigger. Actually, that might be too big. That should be big enough. Okay, so we'll do Amplify add API. And then we're going to choose GraphQL. And for authorization modes, we're going to actually need to configure certain aspects of the flow. So we're actually going to enter here. And we want IAM. And configure additional auth types. We can say yes. So it might be good to also configure an API key in case we end up needing that if we wanted to do something in AppSync. There's different options, but you could also utilize Cognito as a user pool, also OpenID Connect if you wanted to connect to a third-party provider, and then also Lambda if you wanted to do a Lambda authorizer or Lambda authenticated provider. So we're just going to click API key and a description. So API key for inspirational quote generator. And we'll just use the default, which is 7 for days the API key should expire. And that looks about right. So we're going to press continue. And when you are configuring a schema, this is, it'll give you a couple different options that you can pick from. But I do think that since we're going to be configuring our own custom schema anyway, it makes sense to just say single object with fields, but this is also sometimes helpful if you want to see other types of configurations. But we'll do single object with this. And then do you want to edit your schema now? Yes, but we'll see that this is already compiled correctly. So it'll already auto open up into our window here in VS Code. So this is great. And right away, we already see that we can configure some scalar types, and then we'll be able to add scalar types to our scalar values, which is right here. And then we'll be ready to rock. So first of all, we can just cancel out this input amplify because we don't need it. This is configuring an auth rule of global access for everything. So we want to turn that off and make sure that if we go into production that this isn't on. And I do also just want to unpack what the IAM was when we have IAM. So something that is going to be important is for us to add authentication. So when we are using IAM, we're enabling public access to our API endpoint, and we're going to need to allow basically access to use this API because we're going to give it an auth directive. So we're going to configure some schema, and then we'll add the auth directives on top of that. So when we go to the backend folder, and then in schema, we are going to configure a couple of things. So the first thing that we're going to create is a query. So we're going to actually delete all of this, and we're going to start from the top. So there's a few things that we need. So we need a query. We need a way to speak to Lambda. We need some sort of public data. And for this query, we're going to need a Lambda function. So we know that we need these elements in our database. So what are we going to do? So we're going to do type query. We're then going to give this basically a name. So we're going to say generate a quote. And then that's going to have an input of AWS JSON. And the input is a string type. And we're going to have an auth directive with rules. And this is going to allow public access with a provider of IAM. And then that's it for the auth directives. And then we're going to call a Lambda function. So its name is going to be inspo quote. Inspo quote Lambda. And then we're going to attach the cloud branch name to that, so that we're going to be able to append dev. So it's going to be inspo quote Lambda hyphen dev, and then that's going to allow us to work from many different cloud backends as we continue moving along. And if you ever wanted to have, like a test cloud environment or a production cloud environment, this function would still be able to be called, but through those different branches. So it's a really great way to allow accessibility across your code base and also call functions, at different stages of your cloud build. The next thing that we're going to configure is the public data. So we need a public data object to be able to see how many quotes are being generated every time that someone runs a quote. We want to be able to track how many quotes were generated for the entire application. So I'm going to say type quote app test. We're going to do @modal, and this is going to configure a DynamoDB table for this type. And then we do auth. We'll say rules, and we'll give it some auth rules. We're going to say that we're going to allow public access with a provider of IAM with the operations to read without anything else. So we just want people to be able to read this value, the value of this database point, but we don't want them to be able to, update or delete or create new objects. We're just going to create one ourselves. So this is going to have an ID, and this is going to be the partition key / primary key. We do query name. That's going to be a string. And we're going to have quotes generated, and that's going to be an integer. We're then going to have a created @ string and also an updated @ string. And the bang operator just means that it's a mandatory field. And something that we're going to do is on this query name, we're going to enable a global secondary index, or a GSI. And what that means is that usually when you have a database, you could just find the identifier of that item in the database, and then you'd be able to pull that. But one of the really great benefits of DynamoDB with NoSQL is that we're able to configure secondary indexes to query our data more effectively. So if you wanted to query by a unique name in another field, such as quotes generated or query name, you'd be able to configure that. So what we'll do is we'll say index, we'll then say name, and we're going to give it quotes query name, and then query field, quote query name. So this will allow us to find this object based upon just querying for quote query name. So that's great. And can actually just remove quote app, and we'll just say quote app data. Cool. And we'll just name that to be consistent. So that should be pretty good in terms of this. Now, something that we know we're going to need is auth rules. So we're going to temporarily just hide that. And then we're also temporarily going to hide this because we have not set up any sort of authentication yet. So we're going to save this. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to do amplify add auth. So this is how we're going to configure authentication for our application. So with the default configuration, we'll press enter. So as we are setting this up, we are going to select username for how users will sign in. And do you want to configure advanced settings? We're going to say yes. So the only required option that we want to really focus on just right now is for email. You could configure more options if you wanted to, but we're not going to focus on that. And we're going to not worry about any of these right now. But what we will do is we'll do amplify update auth. And then we're going to walk through all the auth configurations. And how do you want users to sign up? We want to use user sign up, sign in connected with IAM controls. There's really only, two options. So this is the one that we're going to select. And this is the major one that we want to focus on. Do you want to allow unauthenticated logins? Provide scoped and permissions that you can control via AWS IAM. So this is very, very, very important. And this is actually referenced in the documentation. So I will pull that up in 1 second. So in the authentication modules, I'm going to focus on this. So this is under the authorization modes for a GraphQL API with AppSync. So when we are using AWS IAM to access a public API, or the access public endpoint, we need to make sure that unauthenticated logins are enabled. And this is where we're doing that update auth command to then walk through all the auth configurations. So this is really important because this allows IAM to then do a handshake with the API and do basically public authentication if required. So that's a really important aspect of the authentication configuration that we need. So we're going to say yes for that. And do you want to enable third-party authentication providers in your identity pool? We can say no because we're not going to configure anything like Google or sign in with Facebook or any of those other things. And you want to add a user pool group. We can say no to this. And do you need an admin queries API? We can say no. Multi-factor authentication, we can say that that's off, but this is a great option if you wanted to enable this for users in your application. And user-based forget my password yeah, we can just keep that as enabled as the default. And then the email verification subject, we will just keep that basically as the default. So enter, enter, and then we'll do enter. And then default is for 30 days, and you want to specify user attributes. The default is no. And you want to enable any of the following capabilities. We'll just press enter. And you want to use an OAuth flow. We could say no because we're not using anything with OAuth. And you want to configure Lambda triggers for Cognito. Say no. So now if we do amplify status, this is a great feature. So we can see all of the aspects of our CloudFormation stack and waiting. So these are create operations for a new API and a new authentication with Cognito setup. So this is great. Now what's left is creating this amplify add function to then create the Lambda function. And that is how we're going to be running the function to generate a quote. So this is how this is going to happen serverlessly. Now to add this Lambda function that we are going to be calling in our query, we can easily add a Lambda function to our project with amplify add function. And we are going to configure a Lambda function. You can also deploy Lambda layers, but we're just going to deploy a Lambda function here. And we're going to give it a name. So we're going to call it inspo quote Lambda. And this is going to be a Node.js environment, but you could also configure it with .NET, Go, Java, or Python. And we can configure a whole bunch of different options, such as AppSync GraphQL API. We could do CRUD function for Dynamo. We could just have a GraphQL Lambda authorizer, Lambda trigger, or serverless express function. That's also configured through API Gateway. But we are just going to use the Hello World template. And do you want to configure advanced settings? We are going to just say no for now. And do you want to edit the local Lambda function? Now we'll say yes. And then we'll press enter. All right. So now if we open up our stack, do amplify status of what we are going to be pushing to the cloud. So right now we have an API, we have auth, and we have function. So what we want to be able to do is run these to the cloud, and then we can start to configure some of the fancy stuff. So right now, we're going to be able to create a integration between our API and our Lambda function. And then what we're going to do is we're going to then create a relationship between that Lambda function and the DynamoDB table that gets created. Because every time that this function runs successfully, we want to configure this quote app data, a specific object in this data table. We're going to want to increment the quotes generated by +1. So that's where we're going to configure resource access so that Lambda can speak to this DynamoDB table, but these resources need to be created and then live in AWS before we can start dynamically calling these programmatically. So what we're going to do is we are going to run amplify push, and that is what is going to take these create operations and then push this right to the cloud. So it's going to ask, are you sure you want to continue? We're going to say yes to deploy to our current environment dev. And you want to generate code for your newly created GraphQL API. We're going to say yes. And what we're going to do is we are going to choose TypeScript. We're going to enter the file name pattern, which we can just use as the default. And then do you want to generate all possible GraphQL operations, queries, mutations, and subscriptions? This is probably the single best feature of AppSync, like hands down. Once you see this, you are never going to want to configure your GraphQL schemas manually ever again, I guarantee you. So get ready for that. So we're going to say yes. And maximum statement depth, we don't really have to worry about that because our data isn't deeply nested. So we can just say 2 for now. And enter the file name for the generated code. That's just going to be under the source folder api.ts, and that's fine, so we'll just press enter. And now it is going to start deploying all of these resources to the cloud using our CloudFormation stack that we have generated. So you'll see that there is a update in progress around the Lambda, which is our function. There is going to be the Auth resource that we created, and it's going to be deploying, again, that API, that Auth, and that function. So those are sort of those three different resources that we have configured for our AWS application. So we'll wait for these to create, and I'll pick up the recording when the stack is finished creating these resources and updating to AWS. So as soon as the CloudFormation stack completes, you'll see this check mark, and then it'll say code successfully was generated and saved to file src api.ts. So if we open this up, we'll see that we now have this API file with data that maps to our GraphQL schema. So that's great. And we'll also see this GraphQL endpoint and also this API key. So this is this endpoint that we'll be able to use. And then this would be an API key that's generated by AWS for us to use our API. And we'll also see that this GraphQL transformer was generated. And to actually show you one of the best aspects of using GraphQL with AppSync is that in the source folder, you'll see that there is now this GraphQL folder directory. And then we'll see that there's these different TS files. So we go to mutations, and what's awesome is that this was all auto-generated by AppSync. So we have now this create quote app data mutation. We have this update quote app data mutation. And all of these are scoped to the conditions that we set up in our API. So the same thing with queries. So now we have this generate a quote. We have this list quote app data. We have quotes query name, which was that global secondary index that we configured. And we have all this data, which is really great. And then also for subscriptions, if we wanted to have WebSockets, we could have on create quote app data as a subscription. So that's where all of these different elements were created. And this is all by AppSync and on the cloud, so that we'll be able to actually have these queries and mutations and subscriptions configurable in our front-end application without needing to worry about any sort of back-end configurations. It's all done for us, which is really, really great. So now what we're going to do is we are going to open up our schema, and we're going to now run amplify status. So this is going to give us perspective on what resources are currently generated in the cloud for us. So when we run amplify status, this gives us a current understanding of the stack and what is deployed and what is local and changing. So we have our API, we have our auth, and we have our function, and there's no current changes right now. And that makes sense because we just committed this to AWS and pushed this to our AWS account. So now in our schema, we have this query that's attached to this function. We have an auth directive. We have auth directive. And now what we want to do is we want to add these auth directives back into our schema. We commented them out earlier, and now we're going to add them. So now that we have basically our authentication system set up, and we know this because we have auth a part of this, we can now add auth directives to our API so that we can prevent certain users from accessing or running certain features. And what we want to be able to do is, for example, allow public access to read data that we'll create an object in here, and then we'll want users to be able to find this specific object and then query from it. And same thing with this query to generate a quote. We want to be able to allow users to publicly run this Lambda function, but using the IAM as a provider. So what we're going to do is we're going to uncomment those changes, which we've done. We're then going to do amplify push. And then we're going to say continue. We're going to say yes, and we'll see here that this is an update to our API, but it's not updating anything else. It's just updating this API, and that's really great about the Amplify framework is that, and we'll just say yes to all of these because we're going to update our schema. So what's really great about Amplify working with CloudFormation is that you're only going to update the resources in the stack that need to be updated. Everything else will stay the same, and it's managing all of this for you so that you don't have to worry about, did I need to update this or do I need to configure this? It's all going to be doing this for you in the cloud. So I'm going to pause the recording and then I'll resume it when the stack finishes updating. Now that our GraphQL operations have successfully generated, been saved to the source GraphQL folder, and we've also have our API.ts file updated, we can actually now check this out and see if it did that. So for queries, we have some more information here, and this is all going to show that these were updated. So there, and then for mutations, those files were updated there, and those were generated recently as well. So now that we have these configured, something that we're going to want to do is now check out our Amplify project. So when we go back to the management console and we do a refresh here, now we see that we have API, we have authentication, and we have functions. So before we didn't have any of these resources created, and now we have 3 of them, which is great. So if we click on API, we scroll down, we now see that we have some data sources associated with our inspirational quotes dev API endpoint with GraphQL. So what we're going to be creating is this public data object in NoSQL that we're then going to query from the front end, and every time that a quote is generated, we're going to be incrementing that value by +1. But it's not going to be us, it's going to be Lambda that's doing that. So we're going to go to our quote app data table, and this is going to dynamically find this table in our Amplify. So it's Amplify project and then DynamoDB resource, and then when we explore table items, we're then going to be able to open this up. We're then going to create an item. And what we're then going to do is we're going to start configuring our NoSQL object. And there's 2 options when writing items to DynamoDB from the management console. You can put it with basically key value pairs as a form, or you can write it as JSON. Personally, I think that writing the form is easier. So let's use this, and then I'll show you how this JSON object actually looks like when it's finished. So when we want to have our ID, so we have the ID as part of the partition key. So this is how we're initially able to query objects in a NoSQL DynamoDB table. So given this ID, we'd be able to find it. So I generated this string. Now what we're going to do is we'll go back to our schema here. So we see here that when we have quote app data, so this is going to be the same as quote app data there with series of characters and then the dev branch. So we have a query name, we have a quotes generated, we have a created at, and we have an updated at. So those are going to be the variables that we can have associated with this DynamoDB object. So this is the same as our schema, so we're going to want to have that the same. So you could just copy this, go back here, we're going to do a string, do query name. Now we're just going to match this. So this is an integer, a real number. So quotes generated, we'll go back here. We're going to do number, quotes generated, and then created at and updated at are going to both be strings. So we create another string here, created at, and one more string, and that's going to be updated at. Sweet. So under query name, we're going to call this live. So we'll paste in live. The quotes generated, that value is set at 0. And that's because we're going to be starting from 0. And then created at and updated at. So those are going to be AWS date timestamp. And if you don't already know how to do this, I will help you write a script for that so that we can generate it. All right, so to make a script that can get us a created at and updated at, I think this will be a good utility for you to have. So if you ever need to generate updated at or created at timestamps, you'll be able to then configure a script to then run that. So anytime that you ever need to get those types of values, you'd be able to have a script that generates it yourself. So we're going to open up another CodeSandbox cloud environment. This is specifically Node.js, same as we did before, but this is a different one. And we're going to call this AWS date timestamp. Generator. Cool. So now that we have this, we're going to remove this, save that, and we're going to open up a terminal here. We're going to clear this out. And something that we're going to do is we are going to install Moment. So Moment is a package for working with timestamps and time signatures. So once we've added that with npm install, we'll see that it's now part of our dependencies here. Now when we run this, we're going to import Moment. So we'll do const moment equals require moment. Next, we will create a variable for our AWS date timestamp. So we'll do const AWS date time equals moment. So we'll use that moment library. We're going to do UTC because we want universal time. And then we're going to do format. And this is where we're able to use that moment library to create the date in the exact format that we want. So we'll do y for year. And we'll do month. And then we'll do day, t for time. And then we do hour, minute, second, and then millisecond, and then z in a bracket, and then close out that string. And then we'll print out our AWS date timestamp right there. And we will we'll save this, and then we will run it. So we'll run this. Cool. So we're able to get our value right here. So this is where we'd be able to plug that in to our Dynamo. And you can also see here, if we run this again, the number is getting bigger each time. So it's counting upwards. So that's how we know that it's working. So you can use this utility for, and I'll just make this a little bit bigger so you can see the full script. So you can use this utility anytime that you want to get an AWS date timestamp, and yeah, use this for any project that you need. So this will be a good script to just have, in CodeSandbox, and you can run this, whenever you need to get this type of string. So we'll go back here, we'll add this value here, and we'll add this value here. Now that we have all the values a part of our item, we can go and create this item. And now it is an item that lives in our database. And if we open up this structure, so to give you a little bit of perspective about what we just created, so this is what a DynamoDB JSON object will look like. So it is a little bit counterintuitive in terms of how you might think about the structure happening. So instead of these values being directly related to the scalar type or the item that's associated with the API, it'll basically be its own object, and then it will be S for string or N for number. And these will be mainly the types that you'll be configuring. So just look out for, strings or numbers. Those are usually the two main ones that we'll be working with. So those are the values. So we had the ID, which was our unique value. We had the string that we created with the Node.js script. We have this query name, which is live, which we configured a global secondary index for. We have 0 for the quotes generated. And then we have, again, this timestamp that we generated from the script. So this looks great. And now we have an item in our database that we can work from. So if we wanted to go back to our front end that we have here. So instead of this being hard coded with 0, we're going to want to hydrate this value with a query from our API endpoint. So let's go back to our code and let's work on a way to generate a function that can call that value in Dynamo now that we've created it. So now that we've written quite a bit of code, this is a good time for us to get into the habit of pushing all of these changes that we've made to our GitHub repository. So you'll see here that we have quite a lot of files that have been created, modified, updated, and now we're going to say that we add API plus Lambda plus Auth, and we'll also review if we added any front-end changes, but mainly we've been doing lots of cloud backend things. So we added API, we added Lambda, we added Auth, and we added GraphQL. So that's the queries, mutations, and subscriptions, and the API.ts file. So this should be all good. So we'll commit this to main with GitHub Desktop. We'll push to origin. And this is then good because now we know that we have our code as a backup in case we ever need to revert back to anything that we did. So now what we want to do is we want to go to our index.ts file. And I'm actually going to just comment this out just so that we can get rid of that TypeScript error. Cool. So now what we want to do is we want to change this number of quotes to be receiving data from our DynamoDB table. So what we're going to do is we are going to, first of all, check out, and I can actually move this here so that this is full screen. So what we're doing is this is always going to be a number. We want to be able to dynamically change the set number of quotes value to what is rendered out from DynamoDB. So we're going to use AppSync and query our public data object that we just created, and then use that data to then set the number of quotes so that when we call this value, it's going to be the number that's coming from AWS instead of this locally stored value in state. Right off the bat, since we are going to be using TypeScript in our project, which we are going to start to think about our data types with interfaces. So an interface is just a way where we can explain throughout our code base what are the different data types that might be in an object. So when we're getting data from DynamoDB, we might need to define what the ID would be, or the quotes generated, which would be a number, for example. So we need to just define those so that TypeScript won't be confused as to what we're doing. So we're going to say that we need to create an interface for our DynamoDB object. And also something that we're going to need to do is we need to create a type guard for our fetch function. So we're going to need a type guard to then check when we query for the data in Dynamo. We're going to need to make sure that the response is actually the response that we would be expecting and in the format that it's expecting. So how we're going to do this is we're going to first create this interface for our update quote info data. So we'll do interface update quote info data. And then we're basically going to take all of our schema from here, and we're just going to copy that over with a few exceptions. So we want this. We don't want that global secondary index because that's a DynamoDB thing, but we are going to need these things. So now what we need is we're going to turn this into a string, and we're going to add string to almost all of these except for the quotes generated, because that's a number. So in here, we'll do number, and then we'll give that a save. And then this is going to define that data type for the data that we're going to fetch from DynamoDB. Now, I think it is helpful also just to think about the function that we're going to write. So we're going to just move over to that for a quick second. So we're going to need a function to fetch the object, which is quotes generated. Cool. So what we're first going to need to do is, this is going to be an async function. So we're putting that inside of the functional component, but before the return statement. So we're going to do const update quote info equals async. And we'll make this an arrow function. And just a good habit of getting into is using try catches when we are running functions. So a try catch is basically, hey, run this code. Otherwise, if there's an error in this, then log that error and basically console log it or do some action. So what we want to really do is we're going to say error getting quote data and then error. So what we do want to be able to do is fetch the data out of DynamoDB. So we're going to expect a response. So we'll do const response equals await. We'll do API, we'll do GraphQL, and then we're going to take that type that we got from here and then throw that in there. We'll close out the arrow bracket. We're going to use parenthesis, curly bracket, and then we're going to create a way in which we can use the API. So the API is a module we can get out of the AWS Amplify library. So we can import that up there, and then now it's a part of our imports. Now, if you want to use AppSync with those queries that we generated, so we have this query here. So we're going to be fetching this quotes query name. So this was already generated by AppSync, which is awesome. So we're going to be using this query to then get that data. So it's already configured for us, but this is what it looks like. So if we want to use the API.GraphQL method to call AppSync data using that query, we'll do query. We're going to do quotes query name, which was our global secondary index. And I see that it's already auto-populating this, so we're going to press enter. And how this will look at the top is it's going to say import quotes query name from GraphQL queries, which is what the file that we were just in. So that's great. Now we can do query. For the auth method, if you remember from before when we allowed IAM, we're going to be defining that as the auth mode. So choose auth mode, we'll do AWS _Amplify, and there's already methods that it will see, so we'll just choose AWS IAM. Then under variables, because this is what we're going to send into this query, the query name that we want to fetch for is live, because that's the item that we created in Dynamo. So that all looks good. And now for our response, we could just do console log response equals response, just because we want to test if we're actually able to get this object out of DynamoDB. So we can do that just to test it really quickly and make sure that we're on the right path. And we actually need to be able to invoke this function. So how are we going to do this? We will use a hook called useEffect. So useEffect, that's going to be arrow function. And then we're going to take that function that we just wrote. We'll put that in there. And then an important aspect of useEffect is, and I'll just import this from React from the top. So we'll import that. So now it'll do React, useEffect, and useState. So those two hooks from the React library, from the framework. So this is really important because useEffect is really helpful for side effects, but you need to make sure that you unsubscribe. Otherwise, it's going to keep invoking this all the time. So sometimes that can be helpful if you want to run a certain function after a certain type of action. So let's say that you every time that you complete a game, you want to restart it. Well, you could listen for that as a method or an input, and then you could clear out the game and then restart it or something like that. So because we're just writing this, we want this function to run every time that this page loads. So this is the way in which we do that. So that's just a way to tell useEffect and React and the DOM, hey, once we run this function, when the page loads, don't do it again, just unsubscribe. So that's great. So we're going to now give this a save, and we're going to open up our application backup, and we're going to test to see if this is actually working. So I'm going to give this a quick refresh. And this is great. So I see that it's getting something. So let's see if this is the actual data. So we go down a whole bunch, and this looks exactly like what we have. So we have that ID, which was that string. We have the query name, which was live. We have the 10 quotes here and updated at there. And let's actually go back to this object just so that we can change it. So let's say that we change that to 15. We'll do save. We'll go back to our application, and we'll give this another reload. And let's see if we're actually able to get the different data that we just changed. Go to items, this item, and that gives 15. So it seems like we're actually able to do this, and it's working successfully, which is awesome. So now we know that we're able to run a function that is querying using our global secondary index of live to get this data object in Dynamo, and then render that back in our console. So now we're going to change and basically take this value and then change it to state so that it'll overwrite the 0. And something important to note here is when we are getting this response data, so you'll see that there's this data, and then it's dot, quotes query name, dot items, down, there's this 0, so it's the first item in the list of the array, and then you have these data points. So the one that we're going to want is quotes generated, but you see that there's these different levels to the data structure. So this becomes really important because we need TypeScript to understand that this data has nested data inside of it, and then we're going to be working our way down into this quotes generated value. And I'm going to show you why that's actually really important, because let's say that we wanted to just set the quote number. So, we're going to use set quotes number, and, we could theoretically change it to be a number, right? We know that it's 15 in the database. So we could do that, but that's not the number it's going to be changing in the database. So let's say that we are going to take the response.data, all of these things, and we're going to put that in here. So I already have this data type, and we're going to work on this, together. But this is the response. It's response.data.queries.name.items. It's take the first item out of that, and then we get quotes generated. And that's going to be the number that is 15. That's what's in the database right now. But we're going to get this nasty error from TypeScript, and it's going to say property data does not exist on type GraphQL result with this observable object. And then it basically says that property data does not exist on type observable with the object. So that's not great. And TypeScript is going to get upset, and that's going to be no good. So what we really need to do is understand how are we getting the data out of response and then mapping all of these down. So this is where that type guard that we worked on before, that's where that comes in. So we're just going to comment that out for a quick second. So where we're going to actually start plugging away on this is we want to write a type guard, which is really a function that checks against types and the expected value that you would be expecting. So we're going to say function, and then we're going to say is GraphQL result for quotes query name. I'm just going to capitalize this query name. We know that we're going to get a response. That response is going to be any for this, and that response is GraphQL result. And we can get GraphQL GraphQL result from at AWS Amplify .api. Which we can import here. So we'll import that. And then it goes from AWS Amplify API GraphQL. So now what we want to do is we're going to make a caret bracket. We're going to go down. And then we're going to define this type that we want. So we're going to do quotes, query name. And I'm going to just uncapitalize that just so that it can match up with this data type that we have from before. So under this, we're going to get some items, but we're really just going to get one item, but it would be an array anyway. And then we're going to do update quote info data. Write that. And then we'll do semicolon. And then we're going to give this a closed out caret. And then we're going to be returning a response dot data. And we're also going to return a response dot data dot quotes query name, which is that query there. And we're also going to be potentially getting, which is really what we're going to be doing, is a response dot data dot quotes query name dot items. So these are the different outputs that we could get when we are trying to check along that is GraphQL result for quotes query name global secondary index. So where this comes into play is we now can check against all of these different responses related to our data query. So we can comment this out because we already know that we're getting that data. So now we're going to create type guards. Here. So if not is GraphQL result for query name given a response, we'll then throw new error, and then we'll say unexpected response from API.GraphQL. Next up, we'll do if not response.data. We're then going to throw a new error, and we'll say response data is undefined. Next up, now we're actually going to get the received number of quotes variable, and then we're going to use that to set the number of quotes. So instead of it being 0, it'll now be changed to the value of the database. So we'll do const received number of quotes equals response dot data dot quotes query name dot items, get the first item in the array, and do quotes generated as that value. And you can already see that there's autocomplete going on, so it knows this value. And again, remember when we did the interface, it knows that this is a number. So this is perfect because now when we try to set number of quotes, we'll be able to take this value and put that to this number, and we get no errors. And that's because this knows that it's a number. This is set to set state action to a number, and number of quotes is a number, and we set it to 0. So now we can set it to be a different number. So before we do save, so this is 0 from before, and I'm just going to zoom in here. So this is 0. But now when we save it, this number now changed to be 15 super quickly, right? So now let's say that we want to change this. And also a cool aspect of DynamoDB is we can edit this and we can save it really quickly. So we'll do save. And we'll just give this, we'll just do save and then space. And now 17's there. We could do this even one more time. We could do 40. We'll just, undo that space. We'll save it. Open up this, and now this is 40. So this is great. So now we know that we're actually able to get real-time data out of our object. And of course, we can double check this with items. Go to that item. We'll do a refresh. And can always uncomment out console log response. And check this out, so that's 40. So now we know that this is actually fetching the data dynamically from our database using our GraphQL API that we set up using AppSync. So this is super great. So now we know that we're actually able to fetch and get dynamic data from our application. And we can always refresh this, and we're still gonna get that. And you'll actually see that it'll go from 0 to 40, and that's the hydration happening where we take our state, and then we fill it with data that we get from our API, from our fetch function. So this is awesome. So now we know that this is working, and this is great. So we already got the DynamoDB part down. Now we're going to work on the Lambda component to get every time that we press make a quote, it's then going to use our API. It's then going to fire off Lambda. Lambda is going to generate that quote string for us, and then we're going to pass that back to the front end so we can actually see our quotes. So that's going to come up next. But something that we probably want to do, since we don't have 40 quotes here, we can always just set this back to 0, give that a save, and now we'll refresh, and now it's back to 0. But it's the actual data from our database, not just 0 from useState locally. So we did it. So great job. So now we're going to move on to the Lambda component of our application. Since we just did a lot of great stuff, we're going to want to commit this to GitHub. So we can label this commit query to Dynamo for public quotes data works. So we'll commit to main, and we'll give that a push. All right. So now we have that saved, which is great. So now what we're going to do is we are going to work on the functionality where when you click a button, click this button, it's going to actually do something, because right now we want to add some functionality to this button and then actually have it do something in our application. So for the Lambda component, there's going to be two separate parts. There's the front end component, and then there is the actual function calling and then receiving. So we're going to work on the front end first, and then we'll work on the function as well right after that. So what we're going to do is we're going to find where our background is, which is right here. And then the Quote Generator Modal pop-up is going to be here. So this is where we're going to be actually working on the generator modal here. So we can uncomment this out. And this is going to live right on top of the quotes generator container. So there's going to be a number of different values that we're going to pass into this, but we don't really have to worry about those just yet, but we'll just kind of mock them out for now. So we're just going to basically give this, I'm just going to copy these into it, and then we'll comment them out and then add them later. So there's going to be an open and a close function. So we're going to call that through clicking outside of this button. Obviously it'll auto open when we open it, but then we'll be able to close it. And these will be operating through functions. Then there's going to be a processing quote. There's going to be a set processing quote value. And then there's going to be a quote received value, and then a set quote received value. So these are going to be the different inputs that we pass into our function. But we're just going to comment this out for now because we're just going to work on the component. So this is going to live in our quote generator. So we're going to find quote generator. We're going to call this, and we already set up this folder from before, create a new file. We're going to call this index.tsx. And then this is where we're going to actually start creating our quote generator component. So if you want to just quickly spin up a React functional component, you can do RAFCE, and that's going to be our React arrow functional export component here. And then we'll do quote Generator. Cool. And if you're wondering how I did that, that is an extension. That is, you can just get extensions from the extension store, and then that'll be for React snippets. So it's one of the most popular extensions, and it just saves you a lot of time from the guesswork of having to, configure these different, like imports and then getting the arrow function and everything. It just spins it up really quickly, and it makes it really easy to use. To build out this component, we are going to first remove that placeholder, and then we're going to do modal, and we're going to import this from Material UI. So this is that component that we showed earlier, which is Material UI's modal component. So that's when you click a button and then there's a pop-up, and it, might blur out other things that are in the background around it. That's what this modal is doing. To get the modal, we need to add in a number of different values as inputs. For the modal, we are going to have quite a number of these inputs. So I will take these and then I'll paste them below, and then we'll go through each one. So given an ID, so we're just going to give this an easy to recognize name, which is Quote Generator Modal. There's an ARIA labeled by and a described by. So this is just going to be that Spring modal title and description. So we could give this a name. So just call this Quote Generator Modal, and then description. We could say opens and closes quote generator. Now, and this will also just help with readability in the application. Now, in terms of open, we're going to be passing in a value, which will be a Boolean, and then on close will be a function, and then close after transition is a value, which you'll see in action there. Backdrop is just some styling related to how this works, and then we also have a backdrop props timeout. So now what we need to do is we are going to be passing in some data here. So we're definitely going to be getting open, and we're going to be passing in close, and these are going to be functions that we're going to pass down from this. So where we do this is that we'll do open and close, and now we need to get these there. And also, this is not imported yet, so we'll just backspace, we'll rewrite L, and this actually might not be importing. So we'll create another import at the top. We'll say import, and it seems like this is already going to be passing that, and this might not like that. So what we can do is we can just say quotes generator, and that should work. And then if we undo that, then should work. So something that we can do here is we'll take that and then we'll just rewrite that so that it will then recognize that component. So that's a way that we can fix that. And now what we're going to do is we're going to need to work on these inputs here. So the open and the close are going to be two values that we pass down from the parent component to this child component. So here, under open generator, so that's going to be a Boolean value that we set with useState. So we're going to use useState again here. We'll go to the top, and then we're going to say const open generator, and this is already prompting us to write that. So open generator and then set open generator, we're going to set it to be false from the start, but when we run a function, we're going to use set open generator, and then that's going to make it true. So under open generator, now that value is fine. Now for our close function, we're going to want to make this as a function at the top. So we can put this after our type guard from before. So we'll create a function called const handle close generator. We'll write a function, and then we'll take this from the top. We can actually put this inside of our function here. Yeah, I'll put that there. So we'll do function for quote generator modal, because we'll have a few functions here. So handle close generator, we're going to set number of, sorry, not for this one. We're going to be importing set open generator. And then we're going to set that to be false, because we're going to be closing that. And then we'll add some other things as well, but we will work on those later. So now what we want is we're going to go back to that button that we had before. And remember when we had onClick and we made it as null? We're going to make our own function to actually open up this modal, and that's going to be called handle open generator. Now when we take this, we're then going to make this a function. So this is inside of our functional component here. We'll put this underneath that. So then we're going to do const handle open generator equals async. And then we're going to pass in an event, which will be a React synthetic event, which is the type. So TypeScript will be able to recognize that. And then we're going to do e.prevent default. So this is a way that you can run a function without reloading the page. And that becomes very important because when you need to pass in data into something, you don't want to be reloading the page because you want to be able to manage the state of the DOM and not be updating it or refreshing it. You want it to be processing a function or a script. So we're going to use that. And then we're going to do set open generator to be true. So this is where every time that we open up or we press that button, which is going to be here, we then want to make basically this set open generator to be true. And we're going to be doing a bunch of other elements in this later, but we'll worry about that at a later point. So now when we open and close, TypeScript is going to complain and it's going to say, hey, I see that you passed these down, but I don't understand what the interface is that we're going to be using here. So this is where we're going to use TypeScript, and we're going to define a type so that, or an interface so that TypeScript will understand exactly what open and close are supposed to do in our application. To get rid of these errors, we're going to be creating an interface so that TypeScript will understand the types of values that we're going to be, or the variables, and those values we're going to be passing into it. So we're going to create a interface, and we're going to call it Quote Generator Modal Props. And this is going to be a value that we're going to put inside of this. So this is going to help to define open and close inside of that scope. So what we're going to do is we're going to go down, we're going to do interface. We're going to copy this. And then we're going to make this into an object. So it seems like it's already understanding that these are going to be certain values. So Boolean and close. So now that's how we get rid of those errors. And this is because we need to let TypeScript understand what this modal and the values that are going to be passed into it actually are going to be. So this is a Boolean, which is true or false, and then close is a function. So that's great. So now what we're going to do, and we're going to pass in, as I'm sure you've guessed it, a whole bunch of other data later, but these are just the two ones that we want to be checking for right now. We could do, of course, the other stuff later. So now what we're going to do is we are going to work on this backdrop element. So backdrop is imported from Material UI. So we're going to be just reorganizing a little bit of our project here. So we're going to say Material UI imports. So the modal is imported from there. And then we're also going to import backdrop. So if we just backspace, we can find that backdrop is this one. So we'll import that. So modal and backdrop will all be imported from material. And now modal is going to say that there is something that is missing. So what we need to do is we need to pass in some other values into the modal, since we need to have something inside of it for it to render. So we're going to pass in this fade effect or styling, which I really like, just to give it a little bit more of a classy element to it. And for fade, we'll be able to import that also from Material UI. So that'll also be imported from the MUI Material library. And then we need to have something inside of this because these are still effects. We need to have some text in there. So what we could do is we could just say h1 hello world, and then our code generator is just going to have some text. This is going to run like that, and let us test to see if this actually can function. So if we click on this, check that out. So now we can open this, and there's this text here. We see the hello world when it's there. And anytime that we click outside of this modal, it's that's how we'll be able to close it out. Or if you click on this and then you press escape, that's also how you'll be able to close out of it. So we're getting closer. Obviously we need to add some styles in here, but this is the basic functionality. If you click this, then it's going to be rendering, it's going to be processing the generation of the quote, and then it'll pass that back. And then if we, click out of that div, then we'd be able to close out of the modal. So this is some great progress so far. To round out the rest of these imports to our child component from this parent component, let's add those right now. So we go up to the top under our function, and we're going to add a number of different processing quote generation statuses. So new const, and then we're going to create a variable to check for the processing quote status. So processing quote, and then set processing quote, and then we'll also have a set processing quote, and then that's going to be set automatically to false. And then we're going to have another variable called const quote received, and this is actually going to be the value that we get back from our Lambda function. So set quote received, and then this is going to be useState, but instead of it being a value, like a Boolean value, it's going to be set to null because we're going to fill it with data when we get that back, but it's going to be set to nothing when we start. So this is going to be a string, and this is going to be that base 64 encoded string that I keep talking about, but you're actually going to see what it looks like in a little bit. But this is where we're going to be filling this value with that string for the image. So let's take this, and we're going to pass this down, and then these are going to be the other ones. So quote received, and then set quote received. But of course, TypeScript is going to complain, and it's going to say, hey, you don't have this value. So we're going to be passing these 4 values into our type in our interface in the child component. So this is that quote generator file, and under open, close, we then need to pass in those other values. To do that, we are going to be putting those in as inputs. So we can actually define the interface. That might be a little bit easier just to explain. So we added those in here. So those are our 4 more inputs. Processing quote, we are going to define that as a Boolean. Then for set processing quote, this is actually going to be a specific type of React dispatch. So this is that type. So it's React dispatch, and then React set state action to a Boolean. So it's Boolean, but this is the type for that. And then for quote received, this is going to be a string, or it's going to be null. And then it's going to be the same, basically the same type of React dispatch React set state action, except it's going to model state string and null. So that's what that will look like. And then we're going to pass those into here. So it might be helpful also to start writing these down and then just pass them in like that, just in case that's a little bit easier to read. Then we pass this, and then we do this one and add that one as an input, and then set quote received and that as an input. So that's going to be great. So this is going to allow us to then pass down that data as props into our child's component so that we can then use it when we're trying to render out the different states of the quote being generated. So now what we're going to do is we're going to get rid of that hello world because we know that this is working. And then we're going to do another component, which we will call Quote Generator Modal Container. And Material UI has this styling where you can pass in custom styles. So I'll show you how to do that in one moment. And then inside of this, we're going to do Quote Generator Modal Inner Container. So this is where we're going to be including some styles, but specifically for the style that we're going to import here, we can just define a value outside of our component, which we could import up here. We just say const style, and then this is where, if you follow the Material UI style guide, you'd be able to then pass in, your own style as you like, but that'll be an import into that. And then modal container and then inner container, we're going to need to create separate styled components. So what we will do is we will open up Quote Generator this, and then we'll press Control B, and that will just close that out. And then we're going to be making our Quote Generator elements styled component in this library, in this this file. So again, if you remember, we'll do exsc. We'll then do Quote Generator Modal Container. And this is not going to be styled div. It's going to be a component from Material UI called box. So we're going to do styled box. And then we can import that from Material UI. So it will look like this. And then we're going to pass in a whole bunch of styles into this component. So I'll show you what those are in one moment. So we're going to give it a position of absolute with a top 50, left 50, transform, translate, minus 50, minus 50. So that's going to center this box, this style of the box, inside of the screen. It's going to have a 70 view width and a height of 70 view height. And that's going to make sure that it spans around the screen. So as it gets smaller or as it gets larger, this will be expanding to match what that pop-up is that's in the main screen. And then we give it a box shadow just for some styling. And then we're giving it a background. We're giving it a box shadow. We're doing some backdrop filtering and sort of giving it that glassomorphic effect that we were talking about from earlier. And then also giving it a border similar to what we had before. So that's great. So now we're going to need to also create the inner container. So as I'm sure you guessed it, we're going to do exsc. We're going to pass that in. And then this is going to be another set of styles. So this is going to be style.div. And we have our top 50, left 50, transform, translate, minus 50, minus 50, and then a position relative. So there's going to be this inner container that's going to be inside of our modal container. So this overall element, this overall component is going to be centered inside of the screen. And then we're going to have inside of this our own series of styles. So this is just how you can create divs within divs and then center those divs within other centered divs, and that just will help with organization of your application. So now what we can do is we can rewrite the N here. We can then import this from quote generator elements, and then that will import that at the top. We'll rewrite the last letter here, and then that will import that as well. So then these get imported from quote generator elements, which makes sense. So we'll give this a save, we'll give this a save, and then we can see if this is going to start generating some styles. So it looks like it is. So this is really great. So we can click inside of this div, but as soon as we click outside of it, then it'll disappear. So that's not bad, right? And then we can press escape as well, and then that will also close it out. So seems like it's working pretty well. So now what we're going to do is we are going to then start adding some of these elements into our page. Now that our modal is working, we need to create two different states. So state number one would be you are processing request of quote, and quote state is empty. So this is going to basically say, hey, we're trying to fetch this data from the cloud right now, and there's nothing, in there just yet locally. State number two is going to be quote received. So that means that we have a quote passed back. So quote state. We could actually say. So in order to make sure that we can actually process these states correctly and then have our front end do the correct actions, what we're going to do is we're going to pass down those properties that we're importing from here. So these, where we're processing the quote or the quote is received, we're going to use those to dynamically switch out how the front end operates. So what we're going to do is we're going to start creating some elements. So we're going to do processing quote. So if that is true, meaning we are trying to fetch the quote from Lambda, and the quote received is null, meaning there's nothing there, it's empty, then we're going to render this specific set of front-end code. And this is a nifty operator for working in React, where you can really just define certain elements here, and then you just say and then you don't need to do like if this else something. It's just if this is true, this is going to be the code. So you don't have to have like, it wouldn't be like this, but it'd be like an else. Like you don't have to do something like that. You can just write your code and not have to worry about the other types of conditions. So something we're going to do is we're going to create a component for a circular progress meter, which we'll call modal circular progress. And that is going to be given some data. So it's going to be given a size. We're going to call that 8 rem. And rem is just a way to size certain divs and elements. And then we're going to give this a 2.5 thickness. And then we're going to also have a title. So we're going to have quote generator title. And this is going to say creating your quote, ... And this is where that's going to be that loading pattern. So this would sort of make sense that it's creating your quote for you. And, we're told to wait until we finish that up. Until we are told otherwise that it's there. Then what we're going to do is we are going to then have a quote generator subtitle. And we're going to give this a style of margin top 20 pixels. I thought that this was kind of a little bit funny. So what we could do is if we wanted to have some data, such as a quote. So I thought this would be kind of fun where it's creating your quote, and then you'd have sort of this inspirational quote as it's waiting. I thought that would be kind of fun. So what we'll have is we'll do wise dev quote. We're then going to have a break. And then we're going to do span style equals font size 26. So we're just going to be changing the styles with that span that we talked about earlier, but we're going to have a quote. And then we're going to say wise dev quote author. And then we end the span. Yep, and it's going to say that it can't find that because we haven't defined that variable yet. And that should round out the rest of this element. So now what we're going to do is we're going to define these elements. So right after the imports, but before return, we can actually just take this and make this a little bit more tabbed so that it's a little more organized. So we're going to do const, because these are constant values. And then I'm going to copy this quote that I created. So I thought this would be kind of a little bit funny where it's, you say, if you can enter a div, anything is possible. Because I firmly believe that that is true. And then we say author. And then I'm going to pass down the author of this. So we're just going to take this. So it's going to basically look like that. Except it's going to look like this. And then a wise senior software engineer. So that's great. So those are the two variables that we're going to pass down into here. And then now these are where we need to create some styled components. And this might be expecting a value here. So maybe no parenthesis. Yeah. So we can just get rid of that parenthesis because that was just an extra one. And now we just need to worry about the styled components. So we're going to go back to our styled components from before. And we'll have this open on the side. And then we will, of course, do exsc. We're going to say modal circular progress. And this is not going to be a div. This is going to be the material UI. I'm going to make this a little bit bigger so you can see. This is going to be the styled circular progress. And this is an element out of the material UI component library. And then we're going to pass in a number of different styles into this component. So we're going to make the color white. We're going to make the stroke line cap round so that it's not cut, it's rounded out. The position is going to be relative. And then just to account for the larger element pushing to the left, we're just going to add this. So a margin left of minus 55 pixels, a left of 50%, and a transform translate of 50%. So then we can add that, and then we'll work on the generator title. So the generator title is going to be created with exsc. We have the title. This is going to be a div. And then we're going to pass in some styles here. And we're going to have a font family here. We're going to have font size, and this might already be used. So I do wonder if this is going to be the same as the previous one. And I think that we could just reuse this one. I'm just double checking the styles here, but I think we can use the same one. So we can actually just import that already. And that'll be the same one here. And then subtitle, We can use the same one there. And for modal circular progress, we can just import that component that we just created. Now we'll give our styled component element a save, and then we'll give that a save. And I believe we could also give this a save too. So now we've passed down those properties into the child component. Now let's just remove these state variables and let's see what this looks like when we open the modal and there's, no variables to worry about. All right, so it seems like when we click on this, we'll then be getting this loading state. It's going to say creating your quote, and then we get that fun inspirational quote there, and everything's operating pretty great. So as we click on this, of course, able to click out of it, but then can also press escape, and then that'll work great. So now what we want to do is we want to pass these values back in. And we're not actually updating this processing quote. So the reason why this is going to be important is if we save that and we try to press this button, we don't get anything here. So we still get the pop-up, but we don't get anything in here. And that's because processing quote is still set to be false. And we know this because when we go back to this other example, to our parent component, we're not actually setting processing quote state yet. So that's why this is still false. So what we need to do is we need to have a methodology for how we can create a way where when we are fetching our quote, we're going to be able to then start changing this value. So we're going to go to our function that we created with the try catch for the handle open operation, which is going to be here. And under handle open operation, we already have this value here where we set this to be true. We're going to now set processing quote to be true. Now we're going to do a try catch, and this is where we're going to be running our Lambda stuff. So run Lambda function, and then this is where we're going to be getting a whole lot of data. Otherwise, we're going to do catch, do error. We're going to say console log error generating quote, log the error, and then we will set processing quote to be false. So this means that it's timing out after we finish that out. And something also that we can do is that in the try catch, we know at the end of it, we will need to set the processing quote to be false, because as we run it, we then will need to, because we make it true, we will need to make it false at the end of it, so that the function ends and terminates and then sets processing quote to be false. So that's a good methodology for us to go down. So as we process this, it should actually allow us to see it for a quick second, but it might actually be way too fast to even see that there's data that's processing. Yeah, it's going to be too short. So when we are fetching this function for a while, it might be like, a second or two, but we will actually see that spinning component to it. Now, if we did want to start mocking up some of this functionality, we of course are going to be using a Lambda fetch the query to get access to the Lambda function. And that will actually be doing our true and then setting that to false. But if we wanted to actually try to model some of this type of stuff up, this becomes really important, because when we are trying to create these different states of, hey, I'm waiting for a quote and then I got it back, how could you actually model that out without doing anything in the cloud just yet? So what we're going to do is we're going to use a set timeout function to sort of model how this would actually be working. So we're going to copy that function. We're going to do set timeout. We're going to log that as an arrow function. We're going to set processing quote to be false. And then we're going to give that 3000 and that will be for 3 seconds. So that we'll be able to sort of emulate how this is actually going to happen. So when we make a quote, we're going to see this for 3 seconds about, and then we're going to see, our quote pop up here. So obviously this will be maybe faster, much faster with Lambda than 3 seconds, but 3 seconds will just give us a little bit of an understanding of how to do that. And then of course, every time that we run this quote, we're going to run that function. It's going to be making this true, and then 3 seconds is going to be false. So that gives us a good understanding of how this function is going to be operating. Now what we want to do is we're going to take this child component. So this is just the state one of processing the request of the quote. Now we need to have if the quote state is fulfilled. So how do we actually go and change that? Well, we're going to have something a little bit different. So we're going to have in that same square, different code. So now if the quote received is not null, meaning that we have something there, we'll use that operator. We'll then make our separate div, and then we're going to start plugging away with a download and a visualization to show where the quote is and then allow us to interact with it. So what we're going to do is we're going to have a quote generator title, which we can copy from there. We're then going to say download your quote. Then we're going to have another component that says quote generator subtitle. And we're actually going to include those same styles there. We're going to say see preview. Close that out. And then we're going to have an image blob container, which is going to include that image. So image blob container. And that's going to include some elements, which we will define in a little bit. And then there's going to be an animated download button. And before we get a little bit farther with these other styles, there was something that I do want to just call out very quickly. So when you click on this quote, you'll see this white and then blue border around this element. So this is this default for focus around outline when you click on something. So a way that we can get rid of that in case you see that on your screen is when we go to Quote Generator Modal Container, which is the styled box, we can add in this style. So when you use styled components, you can use and colon and then a class or a pseudo class, and then you can use these brackets to then define certain elements. So for outline, we're going to choose none and we're going to say important. So we never want to see outline, and we want to prioritize this in the styles. So as soon as we press save, now this should go away, but if we also click on this, now you won't see any of that background, and it's the border that we selected from before. Also, another thing is when we were writing this function, we made it where you have to click inside of this text div. So if you click on outside of that, it won't actually include it. So something that we can do is we can go back to where we call that handler. So the handle open generator on click, and we're just going to move this out to be where the generate quote button lives. So that's where now we just moved this function to include the whole div. So now anytime that you click on this modal will pop up, even if you click on the text or click in the corner, that will still work. And we can also just inspect if this is styling in the mobile way that we were expecting. So if we press this, that looks pretty good. And then if we expand this out a little bit more, that looks great too. So there's just a couple other ways that we can test and make sure that we are fully checking out the styles and also refining the vision of the application as we go along. Now, to switch back to this state number 2, we're going to want to finish out the rest of these elements. So for the image blob container, we're going to be creating some animated elements. So the animated elements are going to show us how we can make a little bit more of an interactive view for our actual application. So what we were going to want to do is we're going to want to go here. We're going to go to animations. We're going to do image blob.tsx. And we're going to make a new functional component. So we're going to do RAFCE. And then we're going to do React Arrow functional export component. And then we're going to call this image blob. And then in the top, we're going to import the image from next image. So we're going to be, of course, working with the image module out of next image. And this is how we're going to be animating our pop-up. So something that we're going to do is we're going to work through some imports for this component, and then we're also going to give it a style. But something that we can do right now is we'll just have image blob here. We'll give this a save. We're then going to import image blob from here. So image blob container. Inside of this, we're then going to put in image blob. And there's going to be some props that we pass down from here, but we will work on those in a little bit, and we'll press enter so that we can import image blob. And then we're going to work on the image blob container styles. So in terms of animations, we're going to create a new file. We're going to call it animation elements.tsx. And then this is where we're going to move this to the right. And now we can start importing our elements here. And something also that we can do, since we already have quote generated elements, something that I personally like to do is just import our last recent imports and then just put those at the top. And then we can always remove certain ones that we don't need. We might need image, we might need link, but we could keep those there. And then we're going to do EXSC for the export styles component shortcut. And then we're going to do image blob container right there. And then we're going to start adding in our styles for the div. So we know that this is a div, so we'll put that there. And then I'm going to copy our styles for this because this is quite a lot of code here. And we'll put that in there. And then I'll walk through all of the code with you. So when we have this image blob container, can actually get rid of this because that was some relative styling from some testing. So we originally had a position of relative. We have a text align of center, meaning we want everything to be in the middle. This is going to be down 10% from the top. And then the margin top will have 20 pixels of some margin spacing. We'll have a transition. This is going to be important. So when we do this on hover or we're animating elements, we want to give this sort of a really sleek ease in, ease out effect. We also want the width to fit the contents. And we also want margin auto, so just adding more centering around horizontally and vertically. And then we also want to give it a height of 100 pixels total. And then the Z index, meaning make this go over everything and prioritize that. Now for the hover, this is actually some pretty cool styles because when we hover over this element, this is how you do that in styled components. Then when you transform scale, we're going to times this by 4.8. So on the hover, it's going to grow by 4.8. And then, of course, the Z index stays the same. Then the transition, we have this effect. So on the hover, it transitions. And then also on the out of hover, so mouse out, this will have also a transition. Then we have our box shadow. And then we also have some media queries. And these are helpful because when we make our application, our width and our height, change, we want to be able to change that as well. So when the height becomes 800 pixels maximum, we only want to scale it by 3.8. And then if it's only 600 pixels wide, we want to only scale it by 2.8. So this makes sure that you don't expand it past the width of the screen, but that it's relative to a lot of these other types of styles. And then these, of course, is just box shadows around the hover effect. but these are important for making sure that we don't overscale the image when we expand it. So we can give this a save. And then what we'll do is we'll then import this like that. And then that's how we can easily import that there. And then we'll also start working on this animated download button. So this animated download button is going to be its own component. We're then going to create a new functional component in animations. So we'll call this animated download button.tsx. And we can actually just copy this from here and then just paste that in there just so that we can start tiling it. And then something also that you can do is that if you have the same text in many different places, you can hold down the control button and press D many times, and then that will allow us to have this cursor so that if we wanted to delete something, we could do that. For example, we can hover over all of these images and then we can delete. There we go. So then we just select and then we press D delete, and now we can write that. So we can write animated download button, and then now it's auto writing these dynamically, which is a really helpful hack so that you don't have to write and then write and then write. You could just write them all at once. So now what we're going to do is we are going to have this, give this a save. We'll go back to our generator there, and then we will import this. So rewrite the last letter, press enter, and then now we have all of those errors removed from our application or from our code. So we'll give that a save, and then we will keep proceeding here. So the animated download button is going to have some pretty cool styles that will be helpful for us and make our application look kind of a little bit cooler and more dynamic. But before we do that, let's just make sure that this actually is configured and it is working. So we are going to say that we want that to equal null because we want to see if we can show that. So when we make a quote, so this is where this will disappear, and then this is where that's going to be. So you can see that here where it's going to say download your quote. We'll have a preview. This image blob is going to have this on hover effect there. And then we'll also have this download button that will be centered with some styles. And then this will allow us to actually copy this image that's there. So it seems like everything is working without any styles, which is great. So now we can keep proceeding here. So before we forget, we'll make sure that we revert back to it not equaling null. We'll give that a save. And now we can proceed with our button. So if we go to the load button, this is going to be a functional component that we're going to create. So something that we're going to do is we're going to use a pretty fun package called React Lottie Player. And this is going to allow us to install this player for a Lottie image. And a Lottie image is really just a JSON object, and it will, instead of being a static image, it allows an animation. So what we'll do is that we'll open up a new terminal. We'll do npm I, and we'll say React Lottie Player. We'll press enter. And then now we've installed it. So now what we can do is we can install and import React Lottie Player from the top. And then something also that we're going to do is that we're going to add our React Lottie image into our assets folder. So I will show you what this looks like, and then we will plug and play. So you don't have to worry about copying this. This is like quite a lot of code, but this is the React Lottie image, and this is what it looks like. So it's a huge JSON object that has all of these different characters and all of these different things. And what it's going to do is that it allows for this animated effect instead of it being a static effect. So what we'll do is that we will say, we'll import Lottie JSON from, and it's already trying to find where it is, but we'll do assets, and then we're going to say animated photo.json. So that's that file. Now what we're going to do is we're going to need to import it into our page. So we're going to get rid of this placeholder div, and then we're going to start adding some elements. So we're going to say download quote card container, and then this is going to have an on click, and it's going to have a button, which we're going to define later. So we'll just say that this is null. Card. This is container. Card container. Then we're going to have centered Lottie, which is going to be its own styled component. And we're going to give it a few different styles. So we're going to say loop because we want the image to loop. And this is where we're going to be working from this Lottie package, which you'll see in a little bit. But we want it to loop. We want animation data to equal the Lottie JSON image that we're importing. And then we also want to have it play. So we'll close that out. And then we're going to have another styled component that's going to say download quote card context for container text. And then we're going to say download your quote card. So that looks about right. And now what we're going to do is we are going to start working on these styles. So for the first one, which is the download quote card. So now we're in animation elements. So what we're going to do is we're going to Control B and close it out. We're then going to open this up, and then we're going to have this on the side, and we're going to do EXSC. We're going to say download, and we can actually just copy from there. This is going to be a div, and then we're going to copy our styles from our CSS right here. And that's what that looks like. So we're going to have it have a border. We're going to give it a width. We're going to have its position relative in the screen with a border radius so the edges are rounded. The cursor is going to be pointed when you hover over it. And then there's going to be a margin. There's going to be transform just to kind of get it in the width in the middle. And then there's going to be some on hover effects. So it'll just be getting a box shadow, backdrop filter. There's going to be some other aspects that we have to this. We're then going to rewrite the last letter. We'll then import that. And what we can do is we can actually, just so that TypeScript won't complain about this, we'll just comment that out for now. Then for centered Lottie, what we're going to do is that we're going to copy this Lottie effect from here. We're then going to import this from here. And then that's where we're going to be using Lottie as a styled element. So what we're going to do is we're going to do EXSCC. We're going to say centered Lottie. And then this is going to be styled Lottie. Then what we're going to do is we're going to import these styles. So this will have a width, a height, it'll be in the center, it'll be a position relative, and then it'll be margin -40 from the top. And then pointer events is going to have none, just so that it's not interfering with any click events inside of that. So then we'll press that. Download quote card text. We're going to do EXSC. We're going to say this is a div. And then we're going to copy over our styles so that we can write them. So this is now color, font family, font size, right? A lot of the good stylings that we would expect. Text align, we want that in the center so that the text is aligned. We're going to give it some padding, margin top -60. And of course, for the max width media query, we're going to be making the font a little bit smaller as the screen gets smaller. So then we'll rewrite this last letter. We'll rewrite that. We'll give our elements a save, and then we'll give this a save. Then we're going to go back to here. And then we are just going to make this equal one more time just so that we can test this out. We're then going to move this over. So now what's really cool is that we have this button where you see that this image is moving up and down in a loop. So I think that's pretty cool, because what makes our application now more fun is that, of course, we have this on hover effect here, but also this image is, sparkling, it's moving, and that's a Lottie image. So you can learn more about Lottie images if you start Googling. There's a website called Icon Scout, and you can get a whole bunch of these different Lottie images, many of them for free. And this was just one that I thought looked really nice, and just kind of, it brings your app to life, because now it's not just a download button. Now you have a download button with a cool animation, and it also makes your app a little bit more interactive for your users, so that it's more fun. So now that we have that, that's pretty cool. So now we're going to start working on this other element, which is going to be how we actually see the preview image of our element. So this is going to be that image blob, and we'll work on that next. So now we're at a good spot where we can start taking our CodeSandbox code, pushing that to Lambda, and now we can actually try to get this image blob to then come back into our application. So the way this is going to work is that when we actually get a quote received, this can't be null. So we're going to switch that back, and we're going to be getting the string back from Lambda, and then we're going to be basically having it in this image blob component, and then we'll be able to work from that as soon as we get that pass back from our Lambda code. So we switch this back. Now what we're going to do is we're going to pass in two specific variables. So we're going to pass in these two props into our application. So quote received, that's going to be what we pass down, which you'll see from the top. We pass that down as a property into this child component. And then blob URL, it's not going to know what blob URL is yet, but we're going to be passing this down from our Lambda code, and then that's going to exist once this function is invoked, and then we save that in state. So what we're going to do is we're going to go back to our values here. We're then going to say const blob URL set blob URL equals useState. This is going to be either a string or it'll be null because we won't get a value. And then this will be set to be null from the beginning. And then we're going to import useState as a hook. And while we're here, we'll also import useEffect because we know we're going to need this in a little bit. So now that we have blob URL, now we're going to be able to work from the function to actually get this. So something that we can do is that we're going to write two specific functions. The first is going to be that handle download. So we can write function for handling the download of quote card. And then also we need a function to handle the receiving of quote card. So to handle the download, something that we're going to do is that we are going to say const handle download. This is going to be an arrow function. We're then given a link. We're going to say document, create element A, and then we're going to say if the type of blob URL equals a string. Then what we're going to do is that we are going to have this code. So there's going to be a link, there's going to be an href, and then we're going to set that as a link. The link will have a download, which we will have as quote.png, which is the file name, and then will allow us to click into that link. So this is going to be a function that we'll be able to then have. So when we call, and we said download your quote, we could have the animated download button down here. Equals that, and then we'll say handle download. So, and we can actually close out these styles because we don't need them right now. So now we're going to pass this down to the animated download button. We'll pass that in as a property, and we're going to need to create our own interface for this because it's not going to understand from a TypeScript perspective what we want that function to actually do. So something that we can do is that we can say animated download button props. Something also that we can do is that we can do onClick, and we'll just pass that down. And then we're going to declare as an interface here, we'll say interface, animated download button props. And then we're going to say handle download. And then this is how we will define this type for the function. So that looks great so far. And then we'll be able to actually use this download button to handle the download that we pass down through here. So that will work great. Now what we need to do is we need to also work on a function to handle the receiving of that quote. So this is going to be important because when we get this string back from Lambda, we're going to need to do something with it. And we're going to need to allow us to either add this in as the blob URL or revoke and remove it so that we can re-add a new link. So this is where when you fetch a new quote each time, we need to clear out basically the placeholder for that old quote to make space for the new quote. So something we're going to do is we are going to use that useEffect hook to then allow us to work from this functioning a little bit more smoothly, because we want to be able to just instantly get this string and then allow us to get this quote. So what we'll do is that we will set this up just like a normal useEffect hook. We'll pass this in, and now we're going to say if quote received, then we're going to want to do some code. And I think it's also important to get in the practice of if you have this, and also make sure that we close out and unsubscribe from this useEffect so that we don't have this running, an unlimited number of times all the time. So this is just going to say that run this if quote received is changing. So then what we can do is we can say const, we're going to say binary data equals, and then we're going to use buffer dot from, we'll say quote received, we're going to say base 64. So we're going to be using some dependencies that we're going to be using to work with a base 64 encoded string. Now when we do const blob, we know this is going to be a new blob, and the blob is going to be a locally stored aspect of code that we're then going to be basically storing in local storage or clearing out and then adding a new one each time. So when we take this new blob element, we're going to add in binary data. We're then going to say that the type is going to be image dot image.png. Then what we're going to do is we're going to say const blob URL generated equals URL dot create object URL blob. We'll then console log that value just so that we can keep track of what's actually being generated. And then we're going to set blob URL to also be blob URL generated. So these are going to be the different values, and then we're going to be using useState to set the blob URL. And then what we're going to do is we're going to do return. We're going to make this into a function. And then we're going to say URL.revoke object URL. And then we're going to also have blob URL there. So basically this is going to be setting and then removing the old blob URL generated each time that we run this. So we want to make sure that if a quote's received, we take this new data that we receive, we set that as the blob URL, and then we remove and revoke that old URL that we previously received. And that'll also become important so that you don't just store an unlimited number of these blob URLs in your local storage, but that you're always constantly cleaning out the old URL each time as you proceed. And that's what we'll be doing here. So that seems great for now. And now something that we can do is we can also just make sure that for the quote received if we're passing the image blob URL down to have these values. So something is like, I'll copy this, say image blob URL. And then what we're going to do is that we're going to make sure that we have an interface to store those values. So if you remember from before, we have these two values here. So I'm just going to comment those out. So we know that blob URL, image blob is going to need quote received, and it's going to need the blob URL. Then we're also going to need to create an interface. So we'll say image blob props. Then what we'll do is we'll declare an interface, so interface props, and then we'll pass these both down. And then for this one, quote received, this is going to be a string. And then for blob URL, this could either be a string or it can be null. Because this blob URL doesn't necessarily need to have a value, but as soon as it does have a value, we want to make sure that we know that there is a value there. So this is all good. Now what we'll do is we'll go back to quote generator. We'll say quote received. And we'll just see that there is an error here. And it's going to say that it's string not assigned to string type, but string is a wrapper. So we'll see here. So we'll go back and we'll make this capital S for capital string, and then that will remove that error. So there are differences in terms of the type of string it can be. So just be cognizant of that when you're working with TypeScript to make sure that if you are typing out your values, you need to make sure that those are correctly typed, which we're doing, which is great. So what we'll do is that we'll give this a save, we'll give this a save, we'll give this a save. And something that we can do is mock up how the response is going to be for when we are getting this image back from our Lambda script. So we've talked a lot about Base64, and now we're actually going to see what this looks like. But to do this, what I'm going to do is I'm going to create a variable called blob URL, and we're just going to bring this down. And then we're going to just unhighlight that for a second. We're then also going to import some hooks. And then what we're going to do is do enter. And then we're going to write a pretty big useEffect hook, and it's going to simulate us fetching this response object from Lambda, which is what we'll be doing. We'll get this string, and then we're going to show how we can actually set that image in our application. So what we're going to do is we're going to do useEffect. We say const response. And then the response object is going to have a number of different variables, but what we're going to really look for is a status code of 200. In terms of headers, we would have a content type, which would be image.png, and then access control allow origin, which will give a wildcard for everything. And then our body response, we're going to have a body, which is going to be a blob, and then is Base64 encoded. We're going to say that's true. Get rid of that backslash. And then for the body. So this body is going to be a very, 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 very long string. And this is actually the first time that you're actually going to see what a Base64 encoded string looks like. So you don't have to worry about writing this down. I'll show you how to get this in Lambda so that you don't actually have to do it. But it's going to look something like this monstrosity. So this huge list of characters is what an image looks like. So when we have an image, it can either be, a file like a PNG or a JPEG. But if we wanted to turn this into a code string, that's another way to also get an image. So this Base64 encoded string really looks just like this. And this all of these characters, all of this code compiles down to an image that we can then set and then use in our application. So also just showing back here. So we have this response object inside of our useEffect hook. So let's scroll down to where it stops. So it stops here. Now what we're going to do is we're going to say const binary data equals buffer dot from. We're going to say response body, because that's what this is what the body variable is. So response.body, and we say base 64. Then we're going to say blob, because we need a blob variable. And we're going to say that's a new blob. This is going to be binary data. And then the type is response.headers with the content type. We'll close out the bracket and we'll get rid of that quotation mark. And then we're going to take our blob and then put that into a new blob URL. So we'll say const new blob URL equals URL, create object URL, and we'll put blob in there. And then what we're going to do is we are going to set blob URL with that new blob URL that we just got. Then we're going to return as an arrow function URL revoke object URL with the new blob URL. So we'll be able to clear out this value every time that we set that. And then what we'll do is we will make sure to unsubscribe from this event. So every time that the page loads, this will load. And it's saying that this can't find set blob URL. So we're going to go back up to the top and we're going to make sure that we're able to set this. And if it's not being read, that means that we are not importing it correctly. So this might be TypeScript being a little bit slow here. So something that we can do is we see that it's not working as quickly as possible. So something that we can do is we can try saving this. And then what we can do is we can press Command-Shift-P. We can reload the window. And sometimes this is a way to sync up TypeScript changes just so that we can work a little bit faster. So sometimes when you're doing a lot of TypeScript changes or errors, I've noticed that sometimes you need to do that reload window just to get your workspace in VS Code synced up with TypeScript so that it works. So you can always use that just as a check in case you ever have any issues or ever have any errors. So now that we have useEffect, something that we'll also do now is we'll do if, and we'll create a check where we need the blob URL. We'll create this. We'll do return null. And then we're going to create an object. So we're going to remove that. We're going to create an image component with the blob URL and some alt, which is going to say alt text, which is going to say generated image. We'll just say image quote card. Width, we're going to give that a 150. And a height, we're going to give that as 100. So, and then we export our default image blob, and this seems pretty good. So what we're going to do is we're going to give this a save. We're then going to open up our application in another tab, and something that we are going to do is we're first going to, because of course we're going to be testing, so we're going to do make a quote. That's going to generate, right? It's going to time out after 3 seconds. And now what we're going to do is we're going to go back to our page, to our quote generator. We're then going to say if this equals null, because we actually haven't set quote received yet. We're going to give that a save. And now we actually have what is going to be this preview. So if we click on this, so do you see how this is, making the background sort of blurred out and not as seeable, and we actually see this image. So what's really cool about the URL is that if we open this image in a tab, so this is a real image that we can take, we can drag, we can move around with, and that's what that blob is doing. So it's creating this blob HTTP localhost 3000, and then it gives it this unique ID so that we can identify this in our local storage. So that's why if you took this, you could do copy image, you could save this image, you can open it up in a new tab, or copy text from image, or copy image address, and that's all because we have this image. And we can also see this if we inspect it. We see that its source is now that. So if we go back to our code, so down here, we have this image with the source, which is the blob URL. So the actual blob URL is this, and that's what we generated with that base64 encoded string. So we take that really long, crazy string of characters, and then that is what gets compiled down into a blob, and we used buffer along with a couple other modules to then turn that into an image that we can then save in our local storage, which is awesome. So this is exactly how we're going to work, and then we're going to have this download your quote button to download this image once we get this back from Lambda. But this is the functionality. And also just to show you some of the styling that we set up from before. So as we make this smaller and make this more like a mobile application, and we put that in the middle. So now if we try to make a quote, obviously we'll see that there. We won't see that when we go there. But do you see how now this is smaller and this is more contained in here? And then if we hover over this hover is actually smaller than the hover if the screen was expanded. And we'll see that again. See that here. So this is much bigger than what we just showed on the mobile view. So that's how media queries become really important when we are working with our styles, because then we're able to actually dynamically change how the style looks based upon the width of the screen. So you'll have a different mobile experience than a desktop experience, which makes sense because you have different widths on both of those screens. So that's great. So now we're going to be able to go back to our code, and now we can start working on the script to receive this data from Lambda. And then what we'll do is, instead of getting this base64 string locally, right, we're going to be getting this in AWS Lambda, returning back as a response. So we're going to get a response object, but it won't be locally stored. It's going to be sent from our API through Lambda into our application and then decoded in the front end with TypeScript. So it'll be the same exact process, except we're actually going to get a blob URL that will be from not a response locally, but it'll be from AWS. So now that we have worked on this local testing of our inspirational quote generator, let us, of course, get into the habit of doing another save so that we can start working from here. So I'm going to do Control-Z just to make that a little bit smaller. And now we're going to say local, or say add local mock of quote hover image blob. So we'll make a commit to that. We'll push origin. And now we're ready to go. So now that we're in a good spot with the front end, now let us work on the Lambda function that we're going to be using to generate this code for our quotes. So when you go to your Amplify folder, there's a number of different subfolders, but we're going to go to backend. We're not going to go to API, but we're going to go to function, and we'll go to inspo quote lambda, which is what we just generated a while back. Now we're going to go to the index.js file, and now we're able to see a starter template for our hello from Lambda function. So basically what this is doing is that we're going to import types for AWS Lambda through an API gateway proxy handler, And then we have our exports handler, which is an async event. And then this is just going to console log the event. So it's important to think about each of these. Every time that when you run a Lambda function, that's an event. And you can pass in data or test or input AWS JSON into that event, and then you'd be able to process it. So you could do batch processing inside of a Lambda. You could return a status code of 200, kind of like our response object from before. So you could return a response, you could just generate code in AWS and then have it do something, and then there's nothing returned back. Really, it's up to you in terms of how you want to configure your serverless scripts. But for us, we're going to be returning a response back to the user, and that's going to be that body response that we had before, which is going to be that base64 encoded string. So what we're going to do is that we're going to first open up package.json, and we're going to see what's already installed with us. So we have a name, description. The main file is going to be that index.js. We have a license, and we have some dev dependencies. But we're going to also need to install some actual real dependencies. So what we're going to do is that we're going to open up the terminal. We're going to open up a new line. We'll say clear. And now what we're going to do is that we're going to do cd. We're going to drag this source folder here. So drag the path, press enter. And now if we do ls, this is where we're in this directory for this location. So now what we're going to do is that we're going to clear this, and then we're going to do npm I, and then we're going to install some dependencies. So we're going to want to do npm I. So go back there. So we're going to want to do types at types/node. We're going to want to install node fetch, and it's going to be a very specific version of node because we will need this for our Lambda. If you do node fetch and it's version 3, this won't work in Lambda because of how this is configured for the certain type of Node.js that we're going to be using. We need to make sure that we use version 2 because we use require statements, so we need to make sure that we abide by that. We also need to install path, and we also need to install Sharp. And Sharp was that library that we were using to composite our image together. So we're going to do npm I and install these packages together. And then this might take a couple of minutes. And then we should see the printout there. So now if we make this smaller, we should see that all of the packages installed correctly as we'd expect. Now what we can do is we can open back up our Node.js index.js file, and now we can start plugging away with our function. So there are some things that we're going to need to do when we are turning our CodeSandbox code, so this code, into something that can work with Lambda. So we have these packages that are installed, right? We have our 6 steps. We have our getRandomQuote function. We have that SVG, right? We have all these things, and then we run getRandomQuote. So to take all of this code, we're not going to be able to just import that into this Lambda function just like that. We are going to need to make a few modifications, but I promise it's not that many things. So something that we are just going to do is we're going to need to install some packages. So we're going to declare AWS. I'm going to say require. I'm going to say AWS SDK. And something that we're going to need to do for our Lambda function is something that I think is really cool. So when we are working with any sort of AWS service, we need to allow for resource access controls. So this is going to allow us to, and these are really IAM statements or CloudFormation template modifications, but when we want to have a Lambda speak to our database, we're going to need to create resource access to allow Lambda to speak to Dynamo. So the reason of why we're going to do this is that, of course, we need to run our code and generate the image. But if you remember from before, we wanted to enable a way where as you run this function, we want to then update the database with that specific database object that we created before. If you remember that quotes generated number, we want to increment that by +1 every time that this function executes. And that's a really cool way where you could have serverless code, sort of that event-driven architecture where something happens in a script that then modifies the database, or you could have it where a database object happens and then a script runs. It's really up to you in terms of how you are interested in event-driven architectures. Highly would recommend checking out DynamoDB streams. It's a very, very cool way to enable that event-driven architecture within a database context. And then with Lambda, we're going to be checking out our resource access permissions to connect Lambda to Dynamo. So we're going to be doing a couple of things here, but specifically to allow our Lambda function to speak to Dynamo, what we're going to need to do is that we're going to open up the terminal again. We're going to do, and we can actually close this this terminal window out because we don't need it anymore. What we're going to do is that we're already here. We could do amplify update function. And I will bring this up just so that we can see this a little bit more easily. So there's only one function here that we can select from. So we'll do inspo quote lambda. Now, what's a really great feature about the AWS Amplify framework is that it's already pulling in all of the data about our inspo quote lambda. It knows that this is a Node.js runtime, and then it gives us some information about what we've set up. So we need to focus on the resource access permissions because this is going to allow us to speak to our database. So what we're going to do is that we're going to do resource access permissions. We need to focus on storage, which is our data. Now, what we need to do is that we want to be able to read and we want to be able to update. So we want to be able to read the database object, and then we also want to update it. So we're going to update it by incrementing by +1 the number of quotes that were generated each time that the function runs. So we're going to select those two options with the spacebar and then go down and then press spacebar, and then you see that they're highlighted. We're going to press enter. And do you want to edit the Lambda function now? We're going to say yes. And then we'll press enter to continue. And then it will be up here. So now what we're going to do is that there might be a little bit of a difference between what you were writing in your Lambda code and then what Amplify and the CLI just generated for us. So if you ever try to save this, you might get an error where it says the content of the file is newer. So what we can do is that we can compare. And we see here that these were the imports that Amplify CLI wanted to add to our file, but we had this code. So something that we can do, which is a handy shortcut, is we'll press copy. We'll copy this code, and then we'll just exit out of this. What we want to do is that we want to include this code into our file and not this. So what we'll do is that we're going to say discard your changes and revert to the file contents. So that button. And now we see that these are the imports that the Amplify CLI generated for us, and we can still, bring in our code from before. So what's awesome about this is that what Amplify just did was it added these environmental variables so that we can pull from them and use them in our code. And we don't need to hard code the table name or, the ARN or the GraphQL API output. We don't need to do any of that, or the environment or the region. We're able to just pull these in as environmental variables. And this is the real power of building with a CLI like Amplify, because we're able to just work so quickly with our serverless architecture and really scale out systems without needing to second guess, is this the right variable? Is this the right name? We're able to just pull all these in pretty quickly, and also make sure that it is all code that is correct, which is great. So now to get these AWS packages, this is how we're going to do the AWS components, and then we're also going to have the image generation packages. So to do the AWS things, we're going to need the AWS SDK, but just a handy thing to note is you don't need to do npm install AWS SDK. This is actually a pretty big package, and you wouldn't want to necessarily install that into your package.json. There actually is a scoped down way in which the Lambda is actually able to know these different parts of the AWS SDK. So you don't actually, it's baked into the Lambda, so you don't actually need to install it directly. It'll just know, when you call the AWS SDK, it'll just know what you need. There are some exceptions though with certain services, so you just might need to be aware of. You might need to install, AWS SDK / client / something, just to get certain packages for certain services. But DynamoDB is one that we can already use that's baked into Lambda. So we're going to do const.client, and this is how we're going to create a new DynamoDB client that we can work from. So we'll do new AWS.DynamoDB.document client. And something that's also interesting about the Amazon Code Whisperer, which I was using, it was already trying to autocomplete the region, but we don't actually need to do that, because if we try to install, so basically because we're using Lambda with Amplify, the regions are already programmed into the Lambda, so it'll know that we just need to install, and run this specific AWS DynamoDB document client, and then it'll know that that's what we're working from. So now under the image generation packages, we're going to do const sharp. And we can actually probably just copy some of these from before. So we'll do here, and we'll do const sharp. And then also for fetch, we can copy that one. So require node fetch. And then we are going to need to do those other ones. So const path equals require path, which you'll see later on when we use that. And then const fs, we will require fs. And I'm just going to make single quotes for all of these just to make it a little bit more organized. Great. Okay, cool. So now what we're going to do is that outside of this handler, we're going to write our function that's going to update our DynamoDB. So we're going to say function update DynamoDB table. So the function that we're going to write for our updating DynamoDB table, we're going to write an async function, and we'll call it update quote DynamoDB object. And then we're going to have our const quote table name variable, and that's where we're going to pull our inspirational quote table name, and that's from DynamoDB, but this is how we're using our environmental variables to then call this. So we're going to do process.env dot the table name, and that's an environmental variable that was created for us by the Amplify CLI. Now we're going to do const quote object ID, and that's where we're going to go back to DynamoDB, and we're going to copy that, and that's where we're going to have a string for this value. So we want to modify this specific object in our database, and this is the database name. Now we're going to put a try catch, and we're going to do catch the error, and we'll of course console log error updating quote object in Dynamo, and then we'll log that error. So the actual code that we're going to be using is we're going to be using this params method to then update using a promise our DynamoDB. So it's already kind of constructing this value, but we'll go through this together. So when we do this, we're going to do create a variable, call it quote params. It's going to be an object. So then there'll be a table name, which we'll call quote table name. There'll be a key, which we'll call ID, and that's going to be quote object ID. Then we're going to have an update expression, and that's going to be a set, and we're going to call this quotes generated, because that's going to be the value, And we're going to make that equal to quotes generated plus a value that we're going to increment. And that's where the INC is going to come in. Then the expression attribute value is going to be this. So there's going to be an increment, and that'll be 1. So we're basically taking this value and updating the update expression to then include a 1. So it's going to be the quotes generated equals quotes generated already plus 1. And these are going to be the same values. So that will work great. So now what we're going to do is we're going to continue along. We're going to say that there is an expression attribute names. And then we're going to say quotes. We can actually just copy this in case that makes that easier. So quotes generated is quotes generated. Cool. And then there's going to be a return values, which is going to be updated new. So we're going to be focused only on updating the new value every time that this runs. Then what we're going to do is that we're going to use this value, this quote params, when we're calling this Lambda function. So what we're going to do is we'll do const update quote object equals await, because we need to await this function. We're going to do .client dot update, pass in those quote params into the update, do promise, and then we're going to return update quote object. And that's how we're going to be able to use this specific function in our Lambda script. And then of course we're catching any errors where this doesn't work out. So that's great. So now what we're going to do is we're going to now work on getting our code from CodeSandbox into our exports handler so we can actually start doing the image composition as well. But of course we can give this a save. So we'll keep our console log for our event in there because we still will want to track when events get created every time that we run this Lambda. So now what we're going to do is that we're going to go back to CodeSandbox, and we're going to need this API URL because that's going to be important for when we use this inside of our event handler. We're going to need to call the API random from ZenQuotes. Then what we're going to do is that we're going to go back here, and then we're going to take all of this code and we're going to copy that. We're then going to put that here. So we're going to do generate, say function, generate, so put that in there. And we're going to need to make some changes here to how we're actually calling this, because before we would just call this and then we'd be done. But instead of it generating an image, we're going to need to generate this base64 string so that we can actually export that as a response, and then the user will be able to see that. So everything here is going to basically be the same. We have our quote text, we have our quote author, we have our response, which we're going to, await and then fetch from the API input, or here, which is that. And then we're going to need to pass that in. So we'll just need to be cognizant of passing that into the function, since this is the function that we're going to call. But we pass that in. Then the quote data is going to be some response.json, and that everything else is looking pretty good, right? We have our SVG image, which we're passing in. We've already constructed this. We know that this works. But of course, we're going to need to create some backgrounds because these backgrounds don't exist in the Lambda function yet. So what we're going to do is that we're going to, in our inspiration quote Lambda, we're going to create a folder. We're going to call it backgrounds. And then we're going to copy those images that we already have from our assets folder which should be here. But if you didn't already save them, then we'll just need to open that up in our Finder, which you already probably have these saved locally. And then I will just copy these and put these into here. And now we have the file here. So file here, file here, file here, and then those become the backgrounds that we add. So now when we call background images, it's going to know that we're in here, backgrounds, and then it'll find those backgrounds in the folder. So now what we're going to do is that we are going to then go through random index. We do all of those constructions that we generated before, and we tested and we know that this works. And now what we're going to do is that we're going to need to do a few changes here. So this is where we're composing the image together. We're going to need to make sure that we don't necessarily save it as an image, but we're going to then save it as a string. So what we're going to do is that we have the timestamp, but we won't actually really need that anymore because we're not going to be using the timestamp. But we are going to create this image path. So this image path is going to be not necessarily the file, right? We're going to be creating an image that is a string, and then we're going to pass that out. So we're going to do path.join TMP, and that's for temporary storage. So this is how we're going to be able to pass this string or this image into our script. Next up, what we're going to do is we're going to give this quote card.png. And what we can do is we'll still have this, that SVG is still, SVG buffer is still there, but we're really focused on this image path. That's going to really be like the next part. And, you know, we still sort of have that image construction from before, but we can kind of pass this up. So I'm just sort of doing a little bit of organizing here just so that you can see what the elements are that are really important. So these are really legacy from before, and then our new focus that we're focused on is this path.join. Now what we're going to do is that you can actually see how that was connected there. But now when we do image path, what we're going to do is that we're going to do image, we're going to do composite, do SVG, and I'm going to say instead of finals quote card timestamp, we're actually going to do image path. So you can see how like that applied to the other ones before, but why we have it here is that we're taking this image path in temporary storage. We're then going to put it with the image path. And then what we're going to do is that we're going to do some updating to our Dynamo, and then also run this response as the output. So what we'll do is that we'll do update, or basically function update DynamoDB object in table, and then we'll do try, and we'll do catch, we'll do error, we'll say didn't quote this, that looks good, and now in our try catch we're going to do update quote DynamoDB object, and that'll be a function, and then we're going to return this as an output after our try catch. So after this try catch with the error, we'll then do that, and we're going to be returning some code. So we're going to return status of 200. We're going to have some headers and access control allow origin. We're going to want this one. I'm not going to need headers for this. But what we will need is content type, and that's going to be image.png, which is the type we expect. And then after headers, which we can do some formatting here. Now for the body, instead of it being this, we're going to need to do fs.read file sync with the image path, and then we'll say toString, and then this is where we make it a base64 encoded string. And then we'll say is base64 encoded, and we're going to make that true. We close that out, we do that, and then we're going to say return await get random quote API URL. And that will round out the rest of our Lambda script. So let's go back and unpack really what we're doing here, because this is like quite a lot of things that we are changing, we're updating. So we have this function here, and we'll just close this out just so that we can see that. So we have this function in here, and we have this API input. So what we will do is that given this input into a function, we want to fetch this random quote and then use that in our quote card. So when we take this, we basically pass this in here. And then that's where we're going to be, then this function is a construction of two different functions, which is, hey, make this quote, but then also update Dynamo. And that's why we're running this, because this is going to be important for our script. And we get that function up here. So it has all of this code here, and then that's what we're going to be updating. So now when we run our exports handler, this is going to be all of the code that we run. And we have our backgrounds, we have all of these things. And also just to go through some of this timestamp and some of this SVG buffering. So when we have SVG buffer, we want to buffer from the SVG image. That's what we had before. But then we have this image path where we say path.join. We put it into TMP, and then we have quote card PNG as the name. Then under const image, we're going to await with sharp this selected background image. We then composite with the input is the SVG buffer, and then that's how we're constructing it. And then we say to file path, which is image path. And then we're going to be doing our try catch, which is going to be updating our DynamoDB object. And then we'll of course catch that if there's an error updating Dynamo. And then we're going to return a status code of 200 with the headers that we expect. And that's going to be content type of image PNG, which is, that's how we would be getting this base64 string. And then the access control allow origin is that. And then in the body, which is going to be some JSON we get back, we're going to have fs for read file sync, which is going to include that image path. We're going to put that to string, and that's going to be base64. And then we say is base64 encoded, meaning true, so that we know that this is what the response object is going to be. And then we're going to return await, and we're going to get random quote with the API so that we're able to fully construct this script and get it to work. So that's going to look great when we actually have this running live. And now what we can do is that we'll give this a save. We'll then pull up Amplify status. And now what we're going to do is that we're going to check this out. We're going to see that this function that we're working on has an update operation. So now we know that we're able to push this. So we're going to do amplify push. And this is where we're going to be able to update our CloudFormation stack with this change. And we're going to say yes. And now it's going to update our CloudFormation stack to update that function. And then our Lambda function, our Lambda script, will be updated in the Lambda console in AWS for us using our CloudFormation stack updates all through the Amplify CLI. So I'm going to pause recording, and then I'll resume it when the function is updated. So that really didn't take very much time at all. I think it took maybe a minute. It actually might have been actually less. But now we have all of our function updates that are needed, and especially that resource permission between our DynamoDB table and Lambda. So now if we go back to Lambda console and we actually go and search for this function, we're going to see that this was updated 3 minutes ago, which was what we just did. So we're going to click on this. And now we see that this is the function that we're going to be working from. Also, something that is just interesting to note is when we updated our permissions for our function, we were updating our execution role for our Lambda function, but now we have this resource for Dynamo. So you can also look at by action, or you can also look at by resource. And I think that this is helpful to see where now we allow access to get or update. And that's something that our Lambda function now has access to. And you can see these maybe a little bit better, but these are all of the functions that we're able to then call, or the resources permissions that we're able to call, such as listing or getting or updating. And this is why we're going to be able to update our DynamoDB table, because we added that permission to allow Lambda to speak to Dynamo. So this is just helpful to think about when we have this Lambda script, what's actually happening in the background, which is great. So now what we want to do is we want to configure a test, because we want to see if this code actually worked. So our code is going to be too big to see, because when you start working with Lambda scripts and functions, sometimes you won't be able to see the code because it's just like there's just too much for it to show in the online editor. But we already have the code locally, so we know what it's doing. So what we're going to do is that we're going to create a new event to test this and see if we can get that base64 string to export. So we're going to say hello base64. And this is going to be a private event, and we just need to really pass in something. We don't really need it to pass in anything. We just need to be able to invoke it. So what we'll do is that we will save this as a test. Oh, and we'll get rid of that comma, and I'll be able to save it. So now we can start running. We go to test. And this is where we're going to be able to be testing our Lambda script and see if we can get back a response. So we see that something happened with Sharp, and it did not like something that we installed. So this will actually be a good opportunity for us to then go and see what's actually happening with Sharp and the package, so that we can actually debug this and fix it. So when you see these errors, this can be very helpful, because Lambda will try to give us some helpful data back about what's actually going wrong. So it's saying that it can't find the module for Sharp, and it requires some elements here. So what we're going to do is that it'll give some possible solutions, such as logging, install this, install this. But something that actually I think is a little bit sometimes more helpful, instead of getting the log here, is that what we can do is we can go to monitor, we can go to CloudWatch logs, and then we're going to be able to actually see where our function is breaking down. So with CloudWatch logs, this is a really helpful tool for checking out when your functions are running, or you have processes in AWS and you need to see basically what's going on. You can click on this, and then it's going to give you information on what actually is happening inside of your function. So what we see is that we see this undefined error where it says something was wrong installing the Sharp module, and it can't find module Sharp Linux this. So there's actually a very interesting way in which we're going to need to install Sharp for AWS. So we're going to switch back to our Lambda script, and we're going to open up this package.json, and we're going to actually explain how to install Sharp in a way that can speak with Lambda in the Linux environment that it's expecting. To get the correct package of Sharp that we're going to need for our Lambda script, I'm on the sharp.pixelplumbing.com/install, and they have a module on high performance Node.js image processing. And it talks about for serverless ES build, you need to make sure that you install with this correct Arch x64 and then platform Linux Sharp command. So this is going to be important, because when we just install Sharp normally, it has its own configuration, but we need to make sure that we install this in the right way, so that when we use our Lambda server, this environment will actually be able to understand how to use Sharp. Because that's the real issue that we were getting, was we didn't install the right version of Sharp for the environment that we need. So the way in which we're going to fix this is we're going to do npm remove Sharp, but we have to actually cd into that folder. So we'll press clear, we'll do cd, we're going to drag and drop source folder, ls, and then we see that we're in the right space, which is great. So now what we're going to do is we're going to do npm remove Sharp, and that's going to remove that package in the dependencies list. Now what we're going to do is we're going to do npm I, we're going to do --arch equals x64, and then we're going to do --platform equals Linux, and then we'll install Sharp. So we'll install that, and we'll wait for the package to install correctly. And now what we'll do is we will exit out of this terminal. And now what we can do is we can do amplify status. And if it doesn't register any changes, because it might just see that Sharp is the same and it's all installed correctly. So what we can do is that we can just go back to our function. We can literally just add a space. We'll press save. And then we'll run that again, and we'll see if it's registering. So that's just an easy way where if you add, changes to your package.json, you can still then just add a space, save it to the Lambda function, and then you'll be able to register and update. Something also that's important that we're going to need to do is we're going to need to bring this backgrounds folder inside of source. So we're going to move that in there, and now under source, we'll be able to reference these files relative to where we are. So that's where we'll be able to then go back up to backgrounds and then pull these images down. So this is also one of those examples where we are able to, make some changes that are similar to CodeSandbox. Like before, we could just have this backgrounds folder free floating, but we actually need to put it inside of the source because we're using that inside of this index.js file. So what we're going to do is we're going to now, once we've made those updates, we'll do amplify status, and our function was updated. We'll do amplify push, and then we're going to update our code with the file construction, and then also with the changes that we made to the script, and then we'll be able to test in Lambda once more to see if we're able to generate that base64 encoded string and send that as a response outside of the Lambda. So now that our CloudFormation stack has been updated once again, we are going to go over to our Lambda function. We're going to refresh it. And now what we're going to do is we are going to go to testing, and we're going to run this test again, and we're going to see if this worked. So we see a much better message that we got this working. Okay, so now what we're going to do is we are going to check this out. So we got a status code of 200, we got an image PNG, and we got, basically this response object that we were supposed to get. And then we have a body, and this is the super, super, super long string of our base64 encoded string. So we can actually check this out by testing it and seeing if it's giving us a new code, a new quote. So what we're going to do is we're going to give this a copy. We're going to go back to our front end. We're going to close that terminal window, and then we're going to go back to where our image blob is. So in this previous example, we had a body here. Now what we want to do is we want to add this here, and we're going to basically do the same thing, and we're going to see if we can get this to show, which that still says null. So then we're going to go back here, and we're going to see if we can get a new quote, and it looks like we did, but we're just going to test this anyway. We're going to see, this is the loading state. But there. Okay, so this is great. So we have our new quote there, and that seems like that's working. And we can try to do this one more time and see if it's going to give us another quote. So we can do another test. Bring up to the top. And looks like we'll get a new quote here. So we'll go back here. We'll go back and we can actually move some of that stuff around. We'll close this out. We'll then say body and then add quote there. We already have a quote at the end of that. And this can just go to the end of that. And we'll do blob. And looks like we got another one. So that's great. And then let's see if we can get just another image with another background just to see if that is working. So we'll do another test. It looks like the max memory was used. So we're going to try going again. Yeah, so it seems like that's all working great. So we'll do another test. We have our next image here. We'll copy that. We'll bring that over to the front end. And we'll do body again. And we'll do quotes. Put a comma behind there, and we'll do that again. We'll save that. And we'll go to our front end. All right, great. So we are getting, a random background assigned, and we're getting random quotes with the text, the author, our footer, and our image. So this is working great. So now we know that we're able to take our Lambda function, generate the base64 encoded string, and then pass that back in the front end, using, the buffer method, and then we turn this into a URL. And another test that we can do is we can open this image in a new tab. And this is actually going to open up. So now what we can do is we can refresh this old one, and now this one actually doesn't show up anymore. And that's because every time that we basically invoke this function, we're removing this old blob URL. So that's what's helpful, where when you fetch this new item, we're adding this in, and that's why we can refresh this one, because this is the active one. But as soon as we were to replace this body and then add a new one, this one won't exist. So the image might get generated, but it'll be a different ID, and then it won't work. And we can actually test this where, let's say that we refresh this, then we try to refresh. Now we actually don't see that anymore. But this is going to be in a different one. So you'll see that there is a difference between those IDs. And that's why this one, when we refresh, this is the active one. And we're able to see that. But the old version, we don't have that anymore. So this is great. So now we know that our Lambda function is able to generate this string, the base64 encoded string. We're able to decode that in the front end. And now really all that's left here is that we want to tie up this Lambda call so that we're able to then get that response dynamically passed into our application. We're going to switch out the quote, and we don't need to keep setting it manually every time. We can just programmatically have that working in the background and then display that for our users in the front end. So let's do that right now. So now that we have this function working to be able to take this string and then turn it into something that our users can see, let's actually go back into our application and see what we got. So if we refresh the page, I'm sure you'll see that we get this quotes generated number, and it's not 0 anymore. Now it's changing. So if we try to do this one more time, we try to test it, we'll be able to get a new value, right? And now if we go back to the front end, if we refresh, that number should be 4. So let's see if it did that. Because we tested it and we did the same test, we might need to run the test again. So if we do test again, try refreshing. And now we do that. So just if you are running through this, just make sure that you refresh your Lambda, you run through the test. If you do that again, now we refresh here. Now you get 5. So you'll have to refresh the Lambda every time to run the test, but then you'll be able to get that working. So that's awesome. So now we have our Lambda script that is updating this DynamoDB table every time that it runs. So this is that event-driven architecture where we don't have to manually update the database. It's already doing that every time that the script or the function is invoked and executes correctly. So that's great. So now that we have this, now what we're going to do is we're going to take our image blob and we're going to pass down. So instead of the blob URL being set inside of this component, we're actually going to be setting this outside of it through a fetch function. So what we do is that we're going to be creating a function to get that quote string, and then we're going to be able to bring that into the front end. So, and then use TypeScript to decode that string. But we need a function that we can call publicly to then get that data point. If you remember from the beginning, when we set up our handle open generator function, we had a try catch and we set that set timeout function. And then we said that we were going to add some Lambda function code later, but we weren't going to do it right now. Well, the moment has arrived. So what we're going to do is that we're going to be updating this function to then call our Lambda function. And the way that we're going to do this is actually in a pretty crafty way using our API. So we can just unpack this really quick. So when we have our query here, so we have this generate a quote query. We're going to pass in some AWS JSON, and then as that input string, we allow public access via IAM to then run this function, which is inspo quote lambda. So what we're going to do is that we're going to run this query, this custom query, to then run this Lambda function. So in this code, what we're going to do is that we are going to have a variable called const run function equals run function. So it's going to be a string. We're then going to stringify that value. So we're going to do run function stringified equals JSON stringify. And then we're going to add that value in here. Then what we're going to do is that we're going to take a response, response equals await, and then we're going to do API.GraphQL, and then we're going to have a generate a quote test data quote data, and then that's where we're going to start creating some autocomplete stuff's happening there. We're going to start working on our query. So what we're going to do is that we're going to say for query, we're going to say generate a quote, and we can rewrite the last letter, and then it's going to import generate a quote from our queries. We'll then say auth mode is AWS IAM. Then for the variables, as our input, we're going to put our run function stringified as that value. And then we will do that. We'll log that out. And then what we're going to do is that we're going to try to stringify that response. So we're going to do const response stringified equals JSON stringify. We're then going to restringify that response. which is this value there. Then what we're going to do is we are going to do const body index equals response restring dot index of body equals this plus 5. On the next line, we're going to have our const body and base64 equals response stringified substring body index. So overall, what we're going to be doing is that we're going to get a response, but it's going to be a lot of JSON data. What we're going to want to do is stringify it, and then we're going to basically find where body equals this and then extract the string, and then that's where we're going to have that element that we have in quotes. We want to extract that from the response that we get. So that's why we're doing all of this string manipulation to get to that value. So then we need to get the body array equals body and base64, and we're going to split it right there at that comma. Then what we're going to do is we're going to do const body equals body array. We'll get the first value of that, and then we'll do console log body. Then we're going to set quote received as that body value. Then we're going to take out our set timeout because we don't need that anymore. Then I'm going to end state, which is set processing quote to be false. And this is because in the beginning, we set processing quote to be true. So now, since we've gotten the response, we want to set it to be false. And then we also want to fetch if any new quotes were generated from counter. So then we'll do update quote info just as a function to catch for that. So now this seems like a function that we'll want to do, but of course with TypeScript, we're going to need to create these props. So what we're going to need to do is, as I'm sure you've guessed it, we're going to need to generate an interface. So what we're going to do is that we're going to create an interface, and I'm going to put this above, or actually, yeah, we'll put that above. So we'll say interface for our AppSync to Lambda JSON response. So interface, generate a quote data. Then we're going to do is that we're going to do generate a quote, and that's coming from this value. We'll then get a status code, which is a number. We'll then get headers, and in this array we're going to get a key, which will be a string, and then that itself is a string, and then the body is also going to be a string. So that should log out exactly what we need. So now what we're going to do is that we're going to give this a save, and then every time that this function runs, we're going to hope that we are, so in that function that we just created, right? So in this try catch, we get a response. We want to be logging this body. So the body is hopefully going to be that really long string that we usually put in quotes manually. We want to be able to set that here. So we want to see if we can log this. And if we can log this, we'll be able to pass this down as props into our child's component and then render that image dynamically. So let us see if we're able to do that. So I'm going to open up the console, and I'm going to give this a refresh. And then we're going to make a quote. And then every time that this runs, it looks like we got it. Okay. So we still need to work on the styles with the state. But if you see this, this looks exactly like our base64 encoded string that we would usually get. So this looks awesome. So what we're going to do is that we're going to just remember these characters and also just give a check, just a gut check, just to make sure that this actually is in fact giving us different values here. So what we do is that, and we also see that this is going to be increasing, which is going to be great. So now what we want to do is that we just want to check to see if this is going to be the same value or if it's going to be different. So that's IB, YOR, W, O. Yeah, so it's a little bit hard to tell, but it looks like right now we are going to be able to get the different values for our images, but we'll still want to check to make sure that that actually is the case. So to scroll back here, so what we're going to now do is we're going to scroll down, and in here under quote modal, we see that we're going to be set processing quote as set processing quote. Quote is received there. So we're passing down these properties into our component. Now what we're going to want to do is we want to make sure that the quote received is actually a part of that. Now when we go to the image blob URL, what we're going to want to do is we're going to want to, of course, remove this, because we're going to be getting the blob URL outside of that. So now what we're going to do is that we're going to hide a lot of this code here just to make this easier. We're going to comment out all of this code, like all of this code, because we're already doing this outside of the function and we're not going to need it in there. And then we'll comment this out, because we're going to be passing that blob URL down through our image blob. Now, something that we're going to need to do is it's going to say that there is a type error with quote received. So we're going to try to find out what's up with that. So now if we make this a string or we make this null, we can see if that will get rid of the error, which it did. So that's good. Now, what we're going to want to do is in our check. So we had that image blob URL, which we'll give this a save. There is this, and we want to make sure that, so remember when we were doing this testing, so if quote received is not null, meaning there is a value that's filled with it, then we want to show it here. So what we're going to now do is we're going to go back to our application. We'll give this a refresh, and we're going to see if we can call this. So it's generating a quote, and look at that. So now it's working. And then if we click out of this, if we try to make another quote, so now it's going to be making a new one. So now something that I do want to do though is that let's make it a little bit cleaner of every time that we fetch, because we still want to make it look a little bit smoother, and I think that we can do that. So what we're going to do is that we're going to go back to our function, and what we're going to do is that we want to update some of these states to then refresh and clear out the quote. So every time that you clear out of, or you click out of the modal, we'll then be changing it so that it'll show creating your quote every time that a new quote is being generated, as opposed to just switching in the image. It's great that we have the image, but we want to make the front end look a little bit more like it's generating the code than just the quote appearing, kind of out of thin air. So that's what we'll be doing next. To fix that close function so that it looks a little bit more programmatic, we're going to need to go back to our parent component and then open up the handle close generator function. And we're going to need to add a little bit more data to this. So before we were originally just setting the open generator modal as false so that it would close it. But now what we want to do is we want to, when we close the modal at any time, we also want to set the processing quote to be false. And then we also want to set quote received to be null. So this is how we're going to set it where that type where we configured it before, where it's either a string or it's null. Well, anytime that we close it, we want to set basically this modal to be false, the processing quote, the loading state to be false, and then we also want to set the quote received to be null. So that means that there's nothing in the quote received, there's nothing for the blob URL to be showing. We want to make it where there's nothing there. So the way that this will work is that we'll refresh. Now, when we make a quote, we're going to get that loading state, and then we'll get that image. And then that works like an image, and that's great. And let's actually open this up in a new tab. These other ones we can close out of. And then when we close this out, we'll make a new quote, and now it's going to reload it again. And now we have a different image, and let's open that up here. So we have these two images, but if we refresh this one, that was the one that we first called, and this is the one that we just got. So we're going to refresh here, and then still same deal. Let's make a new quote. And then we have a new one. So let's open up this one here. And let's open up a new one. And look at that. So we have all these different images here. And it's looking pretty good so far. And of course, we get the data. This is all mapping against against these updates to the function. And if we make another quote, we'll get that 12. So the data is also incrementing. We also are getting all of the quotes generated. And this is all happening without any sort of storage, any sort of images being stored in cloud storage. These are all just strings that then we decode in the front end so that you never have to worry about scalability concerns. It's that it's sending the exact data that you want from your Lambda function to your user in the front end. So this is a really cool way where you see how the backend code can connect to the front end, and you can have a pretty cool working application. And I'm sure you're wondering, with that awesome download your quote button, does that actually work? And does that actually let us download our quote that we just received? And it actually does. So if we press this button, we'll be able to save this to a folder. And now if we open it, we'll actually be able to see that. And what's really cool is that this is a real image. So we have text in there, and that's where we're actually able to click on links. And this is a real working image. And let's say that we wanted to do another one. So we generate one right there. And now if we download this quote, it'll already start, making it where we'll say quote number 1. We'll open this up and check that out. And now we have another one. So again, really easy, really cool way to just add more functionality to your images that you generated and allow your users to also, you could copy or save this image yourself. You could also open it up in a new tab, or you can also allow users to download that file so that they can save that right to their computer. And it's with that blob URL that was generated from that base64 encoded string. So as we review our application, everything seems to be in order based upon what we're expecting and all of the features that we're hoping to have as a part of our application. So we'll refresh this again. We'll make another quote, and seems like everything is working as per we would expect, which is great. And we have the download button. We have this. We can, make a quote, generate a quote. Our DynamoDB, quote generated number is operating effectively. So now what we're going to do is we're going to take our localhost application, and then we're going to put this right on the cloud with AWS using AWS managed hosting. So one thing before we do that, that'll be really important, of course, for us is to make sure that all of our code is saved. So you don't have anything left over in terms of code needing to be saved. So we are going to, of course, just make sure that our Amplify doesn't have anything that's impending for us to push to the cloud. So there's no change, which is perfect. So that means that we are all set to commit this code locally. So we're going to say finished build. and we'll say finish local build. So we will commit this to main. We're going to push this to GitHub. And now the fun stuff, now the fun part begins. So now when we have this main branch, so what we're going to do is that we are going to, and I'm going to draw this out just so that it is a little bit easier to see. So when we have our GitHub, so this is going to be GitHub and we have code here. So this is related to our project. So we have main, and that's the current build that we have. So we have code. Code goes into GitHub, and then that's stored, and then we have all of this, state, right? So we're tracking all of these things. But what we want to be able to do is that we want to be able to have a methodology where you push code. It's given this prod characteristic. That's going to go to GitHub. And then GitHub is then going to run a build in AWS. So AWS. This is our cloud. So that we're able to then have our code go on the production branch, go to GitHub. GitHub is then going to speak to AWS. And then we have our www website that users can see when they log on. And that's where AWS is going to be creating this website for us based upon the code that we commit. Because right now we're just managing, Git history, and that's great. But what we really want to be able to do is commit to a specific branch, have GitHub tell AWS to commit that code to a build, and then we're going to be able to use that. And we're going to use AWS Amplify with managed hosting to be able to accomplish that goal. So let's see how to add Amplify hosting to our application. To add hosting to our AWS project, we're going to say Amplify add hosting to our CLI. Now we see two specific options. One is hosting with Amplify console, and that's managed hosting with custom domains, continuous deployment. And then the other option is Amazon CloudFront and S3. So we're going to choose Amplify console for managed hosting because they also have support for server-side rendering, and that's going to be really important for our application to be able to work dynamically and leverage all of the features of Next.js and TypeScript. So then when we configure a type, there are basically two different types. There's continuous deployment, which is Git-based through GitHub, and manual deployment. So we're going to choose continuous deployment. Now, what we're going to do is that we're going to need to configure our AWS project. So what we're going to do is that we're going to go back to Amplify. We're going to go to hosting, and this is our application. This is our app. We're going to go to GitHub, and we're going to press that. We're going to press connect. Now we see that GitHub authorization was successful. And unless you've connected this GitHub repository to your Amplify project before, in this dropdown, you won't see your repository. So what we're going to do is we're going to go to View GitHub Permissions, and we're going to go to, and now what we're going to do is that we're going to scroll, and we're going to select the repositories that we want to be able to access. So for this, we're going to find the inspirational quote generator, which is our first code repository there. We're going to press save. We'll see that AWS Amplify US East 1 was updated for my account. Now we will go back to, so we'll go back to our AWS Amplify project. We'll press GitHub to reauthorize. Now in our list of dropdowns, we should see this right at the top. And for main, that's our current branch. But something that we're going to do is we're going to be a little bit fancier. So what we're going to do is that we are going to, in our GitHub desktop application, we're going to create a new branch. We're going to call it prod. And this is going to be our prod branch that we are going to configure. So any pushes, any commits that are made specifically to the production branch, we're then going to run a build on that. So we're going to publish this branch, and it's based off of main, and then we'll bring this away, refresh the actual page. So we might need to run this one more time. So we could just do previous, press continue, find our code repository there, and now under branch, we should see prod there. So now when we see prod, we're going to click next. And when we click to this next screen, we're going to see the app name, which is our Amplify app name. It's already auto-detecting that we're using Next.js with server-side rendering, which is what we're doing. And we also are going to be using the Amplify framework for our backend. And what's really great about Amplify hosting is that it's already pre-configured for the server-side rendering. That is basically, I think, one of the strongest features of the Next.js with TypeScript framework for building apps. So this is already preloaded with that, which is awesome. So now as we scroll down, we're going to select backend environment to work with this. So Inspirational Quotes, which is this app, we're going to enable full stack continuous deployments with CI/CD. So that means that when we push to prod, we're going to then be running a build, and we're going to be using this dev environment. Now, something that you could do is that if you wanted to create new environments based upon your cloud backend, you could have a production cloud branch similar to as we have a prod cloud branch. That we're just using dev just because we're just building this app. But if you wanted to make this more robust, you could have different types of cloud environments and then switch between those in your builds, in your testing, in your local, development pipeline. So just really good ways to leverage the Amplify framework for your whole team's development. But we're just going to be using the dev branch because that's what we configured. And then we're going to select an existing role or create a new one. So you could create a new role if you don't already have one configured, but I already have an Amplify console backend role configured. So I'm going to use this one. And then what we can do is that we can also just check out what the build and test settings are. So when we have our backend, we are going to have some phases. And in our build, we're going to use the Amplify push simple script. And that's just executing Amplify CLI. And then what we're going to do is that we're going to run through a pre-build, which is then going to do npm CI for getting node modules. And then we're going to use this build commands to run the build of our application. Because we're using Next.js, this is going to have as our export .next folder. And then we're going to be looking through the files of that to build our project. And then, of course, with caching related to node modules, this is an important step to make sure that, you're caching node modules and not, keep installing them or keep adding to them over time, but you could actually cache them and use them in subsequent builds if nothing is changing with your packages. So you could also configure advanced settings as well. And this can become really important when you're working with containers and with Docker. So you could actually reference your own build images or use Amplify's default build container. So you could learn more about this if that's something that's important to you in terms of containers and, really just building, some sort of Kubernetes deployment infrastructure. You can also add environmental variables in case there's certain branches that you want to work from. There's certain environmental variables related to maybe API calls that you're working from or certain tools or infrastructure. So just important to know that you can do that from this screen as well. And then also we are going to be using the Amplify CLI's latest version. This is actually really important because if you ever are running a build and you get an error related to maybe the CLI, what you can do is that if you have previous builds that have worked, you could revert back to the previous Amplify CLI version. This was actually an error that I had experienced, and I needed to revert back temporarily to a previous Amplify CLI version, and that was able to help me get over that barrier to use the right CLI to deploy my application. So if this all looks good, we'll click Next, and it's just going to have us reconfirm all of the settings that we've selected. So again, we're using GitHub. This is the application that we have worked on together. We're going to use the prod branch in GitHub. We're using the dev branch That's the cloud branch. And we're going to be using the default image. This is our dev branch environmental variable. Of course, we're using Next.js with server-side rendering and Amplify, and it's auto-detecting these settings that will be used. So as soon as we click save and deploy, it's going to run through this build process to show how we can build our application to the cloud. We will press save and deploy. And now what it's going to do is that it's going to start running through these stages of our build pipeline. And it gives us a nice graphical user interface chart of where we are in the process. So what you can see here, you can get actually a lot of really interesting details related to each stage, and we'll be able to see how it's provisioning the Docker image. It's on a host with 4 vCPU and 7 gigabytes memory. And then it says that each build image gets its own host instance, ensuring that all resources are isolated and the contents of the Docker file are displayed below for your information. So in case you want to see more of actually how this is provisioning our application, you'll be able to see all of this, which I think is actually really helpful to see how they're building the application in the background, because it can become a little bit nebulous as to what's really going on. Now, it's going to start cloning the repository from GitHub, and this is a private repository, so it is a secure connection to be able to get access to this build. And then there's going to be a series of different steps that it will take from build to test to deploy, and then that's how we'll be able to get this working. Now, when you use Amplify, it's going to configure a branch name dot a number of characters dot amplifyapp.com. So if we click on this and we open it in a new tab, we're going to see something that looks like this. So it's going to say that your app will appear here once you complete your first deployment. So this is just going to be a placeholder, index.html file until we're able to build this out. And we're already getting some errors from here, so we're going to need to figure out what's going on here. And it seems like what ended up happening was, so we can go through this. It said package Lambda failed with error. Command failed with exit, npm install, production omit dev instead. So there's going to be something related to inspirational quote Lambda node module sharp that it did not like. So this is where we're going to need to then go back and rerun our application, because it seemed like it didn't like the specific package that we needed for our Lambda script. So this is where we're going to need to figure out basically how to navigate this. So we'll do that in the next step. But if you also want to download the build logs, you can also do that too, and that can be helpful. But sometimes also, if you ever get any errors, you'll need to then go back to the drawing board and see basically what went wrong, and then figure out a solve so that you can get it to work. So if you remember that we installed the Sharp package in a very specific way when we were back in our code base here, what we're going to need to do is that we're going to need to basically do that same thing. So when we installed Sharp with this specific version, we also added a Linux version, and we also added a x64 architecture flag. So those were that was the Arch flag, and then the platform flag for Linux. So we're going to need to make sure that we do that in our package.json, and then in our build script, we're going to need to make sure that we edit that as well. So I'm back in the function. So this again is under backend, under function, and then under package.json. We're going to need to install, have an installation script that we can then add into our application. So under main, something that you can do is you can say scripts. We'll give that an object. Press enter. And then under here, we're going to say install Sharp. Then we're going to say npm install. We're going to do -- arch equals x64, and then we're going to do dash dash platform equals Linux, and we'll say sharp. And then this is going to be a script that we will incorporate as part of our build script. So then we're going to go back to the Amplify dashboard. We're going to go to our build settings, and we're going to edit this. And then you'll see here when we are trying to execute Amplify CLI with the helper script. So what we're going to do is that we're going to install a specific script for that function that we just ran. So when we do npm run install dash dash sharp with the prefix, then under amplify backend function inspo quote lambda /src, that's where we're going to then be running this installation for that specific sharp package that's in our source. Then we'll do the amplify push simple command, and then we'll be able to run our build related to that. So we're going to press save. Now what we're going to do is we're going to go back to our function, and then we're going to do amplify status, and we see that there is a function that's updating and there's the hosting that's updating. So what we're going to do is that we're going to say amplify push, and then that's going to push our install sharp script there to the cloud. So we're going to be configuring that, and then our amplify push command will be running to update our CloudFormation stack. And I will pause this recording and then resume it when all the resources are pushed to the cloud, and then we can run a build again. So now that our code was pushed to the cloud, something that we can do is commit directly to production. And something also that we can do is we can switch to the main branch, and we can say bring my changes to main. We can say we'll switch branch. And now what we're going to do is we're going to say updated lambda install script for build. We'll commit this to main. We'll push this. And now what we're going to do is we're going to go back to our GitHub repository. We're going to go to pull requests. And actually, we could just go back to code and just validate that the code was just pushed. So we'll do refresh. And we just committed code literally just a moment ago. So we'll go back to pull requests. We're going to do new pull request. We're going to do main, and then we're going to push to production. So that's the before, this is the after. So we're able to merge that. We're going to create, and this is the script, the GitHub commit that we just made. So we'll do commit to this. We're going to create pull request. And then we'll merge the request, and we'll confirm merge. And now if we go back to our Amplify project, we should be able to see that we now have a build running. So this is a really cool aspect of CI/CD, is that as soon as we committed to the production branch, we now are able to have a build running to then build to this URL. So now it's going to go through those same processes. This is build number 2. And now we're able to see that we're able to go through the provision stage and access all of these same steps that we had before, except we don't have to really tell the application to, or the configuration to do anything. It's already going to start building our application because we set up the CI/CD rules for it. So now when we go to this build, it's going to be cloning our repository once more. And we're going to wait until it can start configuring our application. So we'll just have to wait until this build continues, and then we'll be able to keep watching for it. But it seems like it's done with the Amplify CLI. And now it's going to go to the backend. So now we're going to see if that backend patch fixed our build error. So the schema was compiled successfully. We're now going to be updating and uploading those files. And we're going to be waiting for a success marker about if the Lambda was updated. So far so good. Seems like there's the update that's in progress, and it's going to be checking to see basically those changes that we worked on. So we have our update in progress. And this is just going to be configuring our stack. And there's also some elements of AppSync that look like they're in there. So we'll just wait for this to configure and go through the build process. So now it's going to be continuing to go through and uploading the files. And looks like our API worked great, and it initialized the environment successfully, and we were able to complete the build process. So that was awesome that we were able to configure this correctly, and that push was able to solve that build error that we got. So now it's going to start in this next phase, which is the front end build. It's going to be taking our code that we just pushed, and this is really important because when we are pushing back-end code and front-end code, we want to make sure that the back-end and the Amplify framework is compiling everything successfully so that we can then build everything together, because the front end is dependent upon the back end working. So now that our back end was able to be built correctly through that patch that we put through, now we're able to then make sure that our front end works, which it will. So now it's going to be generating the static pages, and then it'll also be adding in the server-side renders for server-side rendering as well. So now it's creating the cache artifact and uploading the cache artifacts, and the caching was complete. The environment caching completed as well. And now it's going to terminate logs, and then we should be able to have a living, breathing URL momentarily. So this is exciting. So this is where our application is finally going to be able to be pushed to an actual URL, and we'll be able to take this off of localhost and push this onto a domain that people could use. And you'll be able to send this URL to, your friends, family, your colleagues, anyone that you want, maybe a potential employer. And this is an application that you could share and show that you built it. So this, I think, is pretty exciting. So now that we have our deploy script set up, we can go back to this URL and we can see if it built. So we'll give this a refresh, and we'll wait for our app to load. All right, so this is pretty exciting. This is the application that we built, and the styles seem to be working there. We can also check to see if it works. So let's make a quote. It's going to be generating a quote, and look at that. So this is our actual script, and we're able to run it now on an actual domain and an actual URL. So we can also, download that quote card if we wanted to, and this will work the same way. And if we wanted to do that, we could see that here. And then this is that quote that we got. So everything seems to be working completely, and this is going to be updating as well. We'll make another quote, and this is another one. 18. We'll add another one. 19th quote that was generated. And these are all real images that we are fetching. And of course, this is still using our local storage with our blob URL, so we can test that again. So let's say that we want to make another quote. So now we'll open this up in another tab. That was one we just did. We'll refresh this. And this, of course, doesn't exist, but this one still does. And then if we make another quote, we'll open this one up. That one won't exist, but then this one will. So this is pretty awesome. So this is now working, and we have a fully functional application that is running. So if you want to, build graphics in the cloud, you can totally do that. And this is an application that shows that this is all possible. All right, congratulations. You just built an inspirational quote generator, and we did quite a lot of stuff. So we configured a Next.js with TypeScript and styled components application. We created our own API. We created our own serverless infrastructure to generate an image. And we also created a processing system where we're able to create continuous integration and continuous deployment from our code to our cloud and deploy that live with a real URL, and created a whole application to support that whole workflow. So I hope that this project was really insightful and helpful for you. And I would love to see you post about what you're building on social, whether it's this project or another project. I'll include my handle. It's Brian H. Huff. And I would love to just, hear what you're building, and I'd be happy to support you in your journey building full stack applications, microservices, and anything on the internet. So with that, I hope you have a great rest of your day, afternoon, or evening, depending on wherever you are in the world. And I hope that you continue to build really cool technology. All right, take care, everyone. Bye.